Asta?
Da, aia că îi răspund acum cu mail-ul inițial. Ți-am spus că ești Iulian, ok. Du-te. Next.
Ia de-te puțin de acolo că mă puteresc. Acum doar să apeși. Mersi. Nu știu de ce una de lumină merge, dar în fine.
Eu. Treci mă înapoi. Aici vreau.
Aprinde și pe aia din spate de la bucătărie. Da. Super. Gata, hai să începem. Let's switch to English, by the way. Are we live on YouTube? Yeah, I think we are live on YouTube as well. Cool. So what's our aim for today? To open Visual Studio Code and to start creating a website from scratch. Let me see if I have all the tools. Started.
From scratch.
Okay. And now let's see if I resize this like that. And like this. Yeah. Now we got like
Am one of
TikTok.
pieces. Octavian, nope.
Okay. And then we got a web page over here as well.
I guess you don't hear me.
I think this is better. Maria, what were you saying?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I was just saying that someone said hi, Octavian, nope.
Okay, is it on YouTube?
On TikTok.
Ah. Salut, Octavian. TikTok-ul e puțin mai în stânga mea, așa, și nu prea-l văd. Dar e bine că ai zis, mersi. Ok. Now let's start something. So let's open the terminal, which is terminal. Okay, and I believe it's big enough for somebody to see. And I'll cd into fun. Then let's make this a Waudo project. Okay. And then let's create a new folder here, mkdir. Is mkdir shown? Yeah. Okay. So let's create a new folder here, mkdir. Julia, if we were to create a new project, the idea is to go through a few of the tags, a few of the HTML tags, like the links, probably probably the table and the ones that we've discussed, like H1 paragraphs, and the minimum required for us to be able to achieve a functional website. Now, I'm lacking one thing. It's either you, Maria.
I'm lacking another thing. I'm answering emails. So I can see what you are doing.
Yeah, it's just like, what should we talk about if we are to build a project? Any ideas? You or Maria?
Something really simple, like again with animals, maybe.
Okay, animals. The one with pets?
Yeah, pets.
My list of funny pets. List of funny pets. Okay. Sounds about right. cd list of funny pets. Let's change into it using the change directory command from over here. So that's the cd command, and this is the mkd command. This one creates a folder. This one changes into a path, a folder, or a path to multiple folders, nested folders. Okay. Now let's see. We are in Funny Pets and we have nothing into it. Let's open it with Visual Studio Code. Is this it? Okay, I was zoomed in very much. And let's create a new file, readme.md. I need this file. We want to create our first project with HTML. Let's build a minimal website with as few HTML tags as possible. It's not we are not aiming to beat any record. We are just aiming to use as few as possible in our example right now. So it's not like just free tags, because you can actually do that if you want to do that. We are aiming to just get a basic example with minimal with a. If you look at all the tags that we are used and you count the types of them, we are trying to use as few types as possible. So that's our intent at least. Now let me quickly connect this to GitHub, and then maybe we start the live share between us so we can collaborate on the project. So if I am to go on GitHub and then wowdop, okay, let's see here. Let's create a new repository and give it a name. The name we can take from the terminal. It's list of funny pets. Let's copy that and just paste it here. List of funny pets. It's public so everybody can see. And let's create it into the wowdop and public again. So wowdop is by default private. Okay, we don't need a readme file. We don't need anything. So let's create this project. Now this project is created here. Let's go back to Visual Studio Code and open the terminal. We already have a terminal here. We can close this one so we can work directly from Visual Studio Code. And apparently we have another one called history. Let's close this one so we can only focus on one. So git status, if we are to type git status, you can see that we get an error, fatal, not a git repository, which means so far this is just a normal folder with a normal file inside. So in order to get git to listen or at least to track this project, we want to initialize it, git init. Yay, clear, so we can see the command line better. So in the command line now, if we are to type git status, we can see that we no longer get an error. We get a message, we are on branch main. We can also see the branch main over here. And there are no commits yet, which means we haven't started any history related to our changes in the project. However, we do see that git sees a file, which is readme, and we can track that one. So git add everything, git add dot, it's adding everything to git. Now, if we are to type git status again, we can see that the file is no longer, it's no longer seen with red, it's seen with green, which means now it has been moved from untracked to staged. So over here, it means Git will keep track of what happens to those changes inside this file or multiple files. Cool, let's clear again. And now Git status, we are in this stage. Now, either from the source control, we can see here that the file has been staged. We can either add a message here, or we can save this to the web, or at least save this commit with a message from the command line. I prefer the command line, so let's go for it. Git commit -m for message and double quotes. This is my first save with Git. Okay. Now, if we are to type git remote -v, we can see that no result has been returned. Let's clear. And again. So if I want to type git remote -v, which means show me where you're linked to the web, where this project is linked to the web, it shows that it's not linked to any project. So we want to link it to this one over here, which is inside the WowDop user, the WowDop community, and the project name is list of funny pets, and it's on github.com. So let's do git remote add origin git at github.com /wowdop / list of funny. Come on, did I press whatever? List of funny pets. Yay. If Graziela, can you check if the live on YouTube has a sound? Okay, cool. Just let me know. So now if we type git status again, we can see that we are on branch main, git remote -v. We can see that it's linked to GitHub. And now if we are to push, git push -u, because we are pushing this branch for the very first time, we want to attach this flag over here, the -u one. So pay attention. -u you only use it once you link, let's say, this branch from the local computer to the let's say remote repository origin. So we're pushing this shortcut origin, and the name of the branch is main. And let's see, yay. And now if we refresh the web, we can see that our file readme has been placed inside here. And if we look at the insides of the file, we can see our first project with HTML. Let's build a minimal website with a few tags as possible. So now this project, it's accessible by anyone who's watching. So if you go on WowDop on github.com, you can see a project named list of funny pets. And inside this project, you can see all of the files that we'll be writing throughout this, let's say, experience of building a website from scratch with minimal knowledge of HTML. Cool. Now let's get back to here. Live share.
Someone is saying that we have actually a few comments on TikTok.
I'll look into the comments as soon as I can share my project with you, Maria, and with you, Julia. So, general, the link is inside. Let me know if everything goes all right. And if it goes, type a few things in the README, like, hey, this is Maria, hey, this is Julia, and so on. Okay. While I wait for you to join, I'll look into the comments on TikTok. Hei, salut, sunt român, da, sunt român, dar vorbim în engleză pe live. So. Maria, are you on?
Yeah. It says I don't have permission.
That's nice. Try again. Close it and open it. Meanwhile, let's create a new file here. I'll create, let's say, index.html. Okay. And then let's create a new file. Let's say pets. One would be probably cat.html. Let's make another one, dog.html. And I see you, Maria, joining, so welcome. So now let's see. If I want to go inside the dog, actually I'll open them side by side. So I'll do the dog and you might do the cat, or which one do you want to do?
Yeah, I'll take the cat.
Okay, so I'll start with dog. And then I'll think about stuff. Are you following it automatically, or? Because I see you jumping from cat to dog and...
Yeah, no, I was not following it automatically.
Let's see. Spike, right? So we'll create a dog with the name Spike. Let's zoom in a bit so everybody can see. Hopefully. By the way, if you can't see clearly from TikTok, just join the YouTube live feed on the same channel. So join Waldop on TikTok, join Waldop on YouTube. If you want to see the code clearer, it is on YouTube. Graziela, any comments on YouTube? Okay, cool. Yeah. Let's go over here. So I've created you gave it an age. Let me give it an age as well. This dog has 7 years. Age years. Okay. Then color. My dog is brown and black. And let's make this wider a bit. Maybe zoom out. Okay. What else? Naughty every day. Okay. I guess all of them are naughty every day. Well, actually, yeah, I'll jump into the cat as well and I'll type something because I want to type a cat as well. Maybe you want to go for a dog.
Okay.
Or another cat, whichever you prefer. So I'll do Chase here.
We have each then.
Age equals 1. Color equals black. Well, they're almost the same, right? Naughty equals when he doesn't sleep. So he's naughty when he doesn't sleep. All the time he sleeps, he's a very good cat. Okay. I think I have a setting over here that I need to deal with while we're on live. So I think I have format on save. Yeah. Let's not format on save this time. And let me save dog as well. So I got all of them. So far, what we've done is only we've taken some usual names or usual things that we usually encounter on a daily basis, like animals and pets, and this time cats and dogs. And what we've done so far is we've defined for each cat and for each dog a few properties. Like a cat can have a name, maybe their fur has a different color or not. So we can definitely talk about an object or a cat or a person or a city or anything and start to define some properties so we can make sense, more sense of it. So far, let's look at what happens if we do something else. I'm going to wrap this cat with a lesser sign in front of it. And then at the end, I'm going to type a slash and then a greater sign. And then Maria is going to do the same for some of them. And I'm going to do the same for dog, lesser sign, and then at the end, slash greater sign. Cool. Now let's see what we've got so far. So far we got a few more things that changed, definitely in the syntax as well as in the coloring. So we can, when we look at them right now, we can see that our cats, just a second, our cats, this cat and this cat now look like a bit pinkish. It doesn't mean that it does something special. It just means that now our Visual Studio Code editor identified some HTML tags and now it knows to color them accordingly. So now we can see that our names are now the name, the age, the color, and the naughty are all blue, same as those equals. And then we can see that the double quotes around here are all white, and also the content inside the double quotes are white, is white. So this happens almost everywhere, right? At the same time, what we've added, it's a lesser sign here and a greater sign at the end. And also when we start, we do not add a slash, but when we end, we do add a slash in this example. So far, this is what we've done. We've created a few HTML tags. Those are custom tags, I would say, a cat tag and a dog tag. It's not something that you usually use. However, those can be definitely used inside the browser and controlled and styled, nobody stops you. The browser will understand what your intention is and will style accordingly. However, I started with those ones so you can understand that this is how we talk in general about different types of information on the web, be it a news, be it a form where you subscribe. We start to define different properties and we look at them to see what features they have or what restrictions they have and so on. So far, we started with simple. Each dog has a name, an age, a color, and could be naughty or not. We can add more properties into it as we think about them, or we can even remove some of them if we no longer need it. This would be how we start to write HTML. Those are, I would say, almost all the rules in order to write an HTML tag. However, let's see how we can go further from here. So if we think about
So many comments. On YouTube, someone is asking if it's possible to see the live later.
yes, the live will be public and saved. So if you come back and make some notes where you wanna, let's say, as far as you have got to see it, and then what you have missed, you could just jump in to that particular time, or just skip ahead and see what is interesting for you. Okay, so now we have those ones with dog and cat, right? And we define some properties. Let's go and see if we can do something more.
Is the name of this software on
It's
TikTok, and there are more
yeah.
comments.
By the way, Maria, is it possible for you to write comments on TikTok on the live one?
Yeah.
Because you can type over there. It's about Visual Studio Code. I'll also show it live here, but maybe some other people come in later and it's easier for them. So in Google, it's Visual Studio Code. Okay, so it's all the way to the top here. And now this is the icon that you're looking for. And if we are to look at images, this is more about Visual Studio Code. If you see this one, this is what you're looking for. And if you go on Visual Studio Code on the download, it's coming from I think it's it's Visual Studio Code. It's a tool that comes from Microsoft, so it's a free tool to use, and you can download the one that you need accordingly to your operating systems, Windows, Linux, or Mac. So that's the tool that I use. Now let's get back to the project. So if we are to think of those two, let's say pets, they are of type dogs, right? So a collection of them, more of them, right, would be dogs. That's how we refer to them. So let me wrap all of this, and I will use Visual Studio Code. I just pressed Command-Shift-P, and you can see the shortcuts on the screen as I press them. So then I'll type wrap, and I'll use this emmet, let's say action, emmet wrap with abbreviation. So as soon as I either click on it, or if I have it selected, if I press enter, then I can type the abbreviation. I can type anything I want, and as I type it, we can see that it fills in a tag for us. So let's type dogs. So now what we've done so far here, and Maria, by the way, you can do the same for cat.
Yeah.
So what we've done so far, we've grouped those two inside another tag named dogs, because it kind of makes sense. You don't have to name it dogs. It just makes sense for us right now at this particular moment. And right now we jumped from creating just a specific tag like dog or cat to create a new tag, which is dogs, right? Now if I am to maybe save this file and copy my dogs into what Maria has written over here, which is cats, we can see that we have a file that has cats and dogs. So now this file is quite big now. It has more information. We can definitely play more with it and create some interface out of it later on. However, if we think about dogs and cats, right, those are all animals, right? So let's wrap everything again with emmet, wrap with abbreviation, so we don't have to type quite everything. So it's quite a good shortcut. Those would be animals, right? And let's add the type over here because we want to add a type. And the type would be pets, because those are not any kind of animals. Those are animals that live with us, live with humans in a nice, usually manner. So now all animals could be living maybe inside probably a city. If you're telling a story about animals in London, let's add all those animals inside the city. And the name of the city will be London. Okay, wanna wrap another one, Maria? Do you want to do the next wrap? Let's add this city inside the country. Would you like to do it?
Yeah. Let me just. Okay, metrap country.
Okay. And let's give this country a name.
Name is many.
Cool. Is Julia with us?
I'm not sure.
That's okay. I'll do the next one. So I'll wrap everything. I'll select everything firstly. After I selected everything, Command Shift P. You can see it on the screen. Command Shift P. Wrap with abbreviation, and a country could be a part of maybe a continent, right? And this continent has a name Europe, right?
Yeah.
Hopefully. Otherwise, my geography skills are very low. So do you want to do the next one? What would be a continent part of?
Well, it's now a planet, right?
Yeah, let's go for it.
Okay.
And we also got a name for it.
Planet. Yeah. Earth.
That's good.
Name. Oh my God, why twice? Okay.
Okay, I'll do quickly the next one, and we'll stop quite soon. But let's give a few more examples so you can understand where we want to go. So planets are inside, let's say, a solar system, right? And then the solar system is inside maybe a galaxy, right? And then I messed something up. Something is messed up. Command Shift P. I met galaxy. Yes. Now it's okay. And then the galaxy probably in a galaxy cluster, right? And then the galaxy cluster inside probably the universe or whatever. And then the universe inside maybe the multiverse. So what are we doing actually here? Because we are playing a bit, right? But what are we actually doing? We are structuring types of data somehow that it makes sense. So if somebody wants to somehow get to those two particular cats, if they would follow a path, they would have to come into the right multiverse, in the right universe, in the right galaxy cluster, and so on. And as they come to our planet, inside this country, inside this city, they might find those animals, right? So this is a way for us to structure something. Another example would be your room. Your room might have a table and maybe a few chairs. And then inside that table, you have some drawers. Inside those drawers, you might have some other items that have other items and so on. And you might have a notebook that has files, and the files have writing in them and notes and different drawings. So by looking and observing information, you can structure it. And this is what HTML does for the web. It's the glue, it's the building blocks of the web. And with HTML, you structure data. Basically, you describe how the data relates one to another, and what are the, let's say, features, particularities. What is the data about? What are the inside of it, the contents of the data, right? So this is what we do with HTML. However, if we are to open this file right now inside the browser, it's not going to look nice. So let's see how it looks, right? So I got this cat HTML, which has a lot of things inside it, right? And let's see. I'm going to maybe open with live server. I have here an extension, open with live server. If I do that, it's going to open me a local server and then this cat HTML file. Okay. And then another way to do it would be to right click, then reveal in Finder, which takes you to wherever the file is saved, and then just double click on this one and it will open you the file, cat HTML, which right now it doesn't show much, but if we are to inspect it, we can see that the browser already generated some tags for us. It pre-filled some tags which we didn't mention. And then we can see that we got our multiverse and our universe and our galaxy and our system solar and our planet and our continent and our country, city, animals, cats. And then we have cat, Dusty of age 1 and color black, and he's naughty every day. So all of this is inside the browser. However, if you look at all the way to the top over here, as I hover over this, we can see that there is a 0, 0. So what you want to do is look over here in this area as I hover over this. It's 0, 0. So that means this tag doesn't have any contents. Therefore, it doesn't have any size yet. Its size is 0 by 0, which means like it's not there. It's not visible. It cannot be represented on the screen with a width of 0 and a height of 0. It is present in the browser. However, it is not present visually on the screen. So let's see if we can change any of this very quickly. I'm gonna go at the top of multiverse and I'm gonna try something. I hope it works. I'm gonna add a style tag and then I'm gonna select everything with star and then I'm gonna write a bunch of properties. In order to write this easily, this would be my selector in this case, the star, and this would be let's say a way for me to add properties. And inside those curly braces, just inside them, I'll press enter and I'll add my first property, which is border 1 pixel, solid and red. Now let's see what happened inside the browser. Maybe there is a change, maybe there isn't. Over here, there is no change. However, if I refresh, it might be. Yes, I can see some changes. Some things are red over here. And then if I need to go to this one with the local server, I can see that there are some changes with red over here as well. So now let's continue doing some more properties. I'll add a padding of 1 rem. And this is just a small size, which gives us inside the browser some distance. It creates some distance between an empty content and it's the edges of the wrapper that it has, and all of our wrappers are practically here. This is like a wrapper, this another tag, this another tag. So all of those tags will receive a border and some padding. Now, if we are to right-click any of those ones and inspect it inside the browser, we can see the cat, we can see animals, and if you are to zoom maybe a bit out, let's see, how do we get... Yeah, we can see that animals has a border of 1 pixel and a padding of 1 rem. And if I hover over it, we can see even the padding happening over there. Now, if I am to play with this padding and I increase it, you can see that those elements are affected. The padding increases and we can see how those will be rendered. So practically we can just play with different tags and have this one working. Now I'm gonna go back over here and I'm gonna add a display of block. Let's see what happens now. Yay! We got, I don't know where this one is coming from here. Did I just paste it in? Because I don't really see it. This is a funny one. Is it coming from the refresh? Let's see. Okay, so it doesn't see this one. Okay, it doesn't see the style as being rendered as CSS. Let's try to fix this by wrapping everything inside an HTML file. So let's do exclamation, tab, tab, tab. These are cats and dogs. Tab, and then paste it, save it, and format it. What? Format with prettier. Yay. So now, hopefully, yes, it looks better. It's still, this one still, I don't know where it comes from. Come on. Why do you paste it? Probably because I just said that style has the display block from everything. If I comment display block, it should disappear. I didn't know you can actually print the style. This is the first time I found out. So by default, apparently, the style tag, I just found out something. No, apparently it's not here now. Come on. Okay. It's only when you select it with star. Aha, so you cannot directly select it with style. You can select it with star though, and then you can show it. So Maria, yeah, you can print the style tag on the screen. See, something new. As I was playing with this, I just discovered it. Okay, let's do something else. Body and everything in body. Display block or inline block, doesn't matter. Yes, this is what I was looking for. Does it look nice?
Yeah.
So if we are looking into this, there will be some cats and dogs over here. Let me try to get to it. Okay, see, that's a cat, right? That's a cat inside. What is it? Is it the staying cat? Then it's inside cats. Then this one is dogs. And then if you look at it, this is animals, this is city, country, continent, planet, solar system. I don't see the wrapper for this one. Anyway, it's all the way to multiverse, right? So this is what we've done so far. If you're looking at it, we've created a lot of wrappers, and all of them are represented because we have a padding of 1 rem for each of them. It pushes the content inside. It pushes the content inside, and also draws this border over here. We can definitely play some more with those ones. We can make thicker borders and different other ones. However, we just got something to play with almost nothing to start with. Cool. Let's play some more, right? So I'll take a quick break to read the comments, and then we'll continue with converting this into a more usable website. Let's see, who wants to check YouTube? I'm gonna check TikTok.
On YouTube, there's nothing. It was just that guy that asked if he can see it later too.
Okay. So now let's continue. There are no questions yet. If you do have questions, let me know. So we started so far. We've played a bit with custom tags, and at some point, in order to make the browser work properly, we had to add a few more. So what we've added is the HTML tag all over here. This starts at the top and it finishes all the way to the bottom. This is the HTML tag. Then if we are to look inside the HTML, we have two more tags. Let me collapse them so it's easier for you to see. And let's look at it like this. So this is our HTML file. It has an HTML tag. It starts and ends, right? This is where it starts and this is where it ends. Then inside it, we also have a head tag that starts and ends over there. And inside this body, the same thing. So far, we got HTML, head, and body. Think of this HTML maybe as a book, as a person, and the person, if you look at their head, you can identify who that person is. And if you look at their body, more of their, let's say, constitution and what they wear and so on, you can find more about that person in details. But if you only look at the body of people, you might not know exactly who those people are unless you identify them using maybe their facial detail and so on. So let's jump into head this time. Da-da-da-da. So into head over here, we have a few meta tags. We can talk about those ones a bit later, and the title. And this title over here is "These are cats and dogs." And if we are to look at this area, these are cats and dogs, we can also see it over here inside the browser in the tab that is opened. So that means that with a title tag inside HTML, we can control what happens at the top of the browser inside the, let's say, the tab that it's open. So as you visit a page and you want to identify it in many tabs that you have, you can definitely control this one. You can control its icon, which is this one over here. You can control a few of the characters that fit inside this tab, probably within 50 or more characters. They should fit here, more or less than 50 characters. I'm not entirely sure how many. It also depends how many tabs you have open. Sometimes they shrink. However, this is how you control what's over here. At the same time, if you are to go on Google and you're typing something like, wow, DOP, I'm not sure what we'll find out. However, when you type something in Google as you're searching, you might get some results like those ones over here. And this blue text of what you can see, for example, for LinkedIn or for WowDop, how to skip college and university and get high paid jobs, probably this one, and so on. So if you're looking over here, you're gonna find out that this is the title that I typed inside the title tag. This is the content. So you can suggest to Google by using this title tag, this one over here, just a second. By using this title tag, you can suggest to Google, look, this is what the page is about. So maybe you want to show this text, this one. Quite often, Google will pick the text inside the title tag and display it as the blue one over here, like this scenario. So that's how you control it. Now, there is a second text, a black one over here, right? This is not the one you click on. However, this is the one that you might read to get more information about that page before you click on it. And again, the same thing happens similar to the title tag. I was telling you that earlier, we might look into meta tags. One of them would be meta description. So let's type a meta description. So we've created this tag. The tag is meta. It has two attributes, name and content. And the value of name is description. That's how we know what type of meta tag is. It's a description meta tag. Now this one has no contents yet. However, if we are to type any words over here, like any characters over here, those ones would be suggested to Google to be displayed as the black one. So if I am to suggest to Google, at WowDop, we start with practice day in, day out and focus only on the best and the most wanted skills on the market, teaching you step by step. If I want that text to appear here in Google, I want to type it in here. Okay, I'll press Option Z so you can see. This is how it looks like. So our meta tag has an attribute name with the value description and an attribute content, and the value of content is spans a lot on all of this until this step and before those double quotes. So from here all the way to this at. This is the content of the value of the content attribute. You can see the content attribute. You can see it starts double quotes with double quotes and it ends with double quotes. So if you know about title and the meta description tag, you can definitely build very simple web pages that are friendly with Google. So if those pages don't look professional or not to Google, it doesn't really matter. Google will find them and people then could end up on your website and get in contact with you. So this would be one of the most important lessons when it comes to building websites that are public. So that probably more types of websites that are public websites and intranet websites. So extranet and intranet. Intranet means you build websites for big companies, but those websites are only accessible inside the company, so Google would not ever have access to them. Then at that point, this one doesn't really matter. However, if you want to build a website that you want to publish online, those are the two most important tags if you want people to be able to find you and to get to you. It's not like those are the only tags. However, you don't want to miss those ones. Those are the ones that you start with. Now, let's see if we have any questions. Title, meta description, Julia, Maria, or if you are checking YouTube or TikTok, are there any questions about this?
I was checking TikTok and someone was saying, Leviathan was saying that he's behind with lessons, but he understands somehow what you explain.
Okay.
And Kiss is asking, ajuți lumea să se angajeze contra cost sau?
Okay, so that's okay, Levitan, because you can see the code as it's public on the web, so you can follow us and see exactly what we've typed. So, by the way, let's quickly give it a commit. Let's open the command line, and then we'll answer the second question for Kisian. Okay, so git status. We can clearly see that there are some changes, right? There are 3 files that git sees that it could track. So git add everything, clear, git status, and then we can see that the files have been added to git's history, so they are staged. Git commit -m, and those are the first files that we experimented with HTML. Okay, and git push. And now, if we are to go on the web, anybody can do this, and we are to refresh, we can see inside this wow dope list of funny pets, we can see cat, dog, and index.html. So if we are to click on cat, we can see exactly the contents that we've just typed inside this editor, so you can make use of them, or at least make sure that they're exactly the same, or at least inspect them, try to figure out what we've done. But here is our HTML, our head, and the body with multiverse, universe, cat, and so on. And if we are to look inside here, this is what it looks like. Don't ignore this thing. This is from the live server. So if we are to go on this side and we refresh, see no live server scripts. This is what we've done, and we've played with the inspector, and we can do stuff like this. So you can understand how one wraps another one. This is what happens inside the browser. It's just like a Lego brick, and we are going to explore more and do more interesting, let's say, interfaces. However, this should give you a good idea of what happens inside the browser. We have tiny things in bigger things that are wrapped in another one, until we define an entire page. So if you have a menu and some links are inside the menu. The menu is probably inside the header. The header is it's inside the page just as well as the body is inside the page, but the body has some news. Every news has maybe a title, an icon, and a description, and a link to read more. So you can, let's say, go from very detailed to upper, to parents, I would say, or to wrappers, or to groups. And then you can go from, let's say, a higher level, much deeper, until you get into more and more details. So this is kind of how you look at a web page. Just as you would arrange your furniture inside your room, just as you'd arrange your furniture inside your living room, inside your bedroom, and maybe just as you'd arrange your house, this is how you'd also decide what fits where inside the page. And this is how we describe them, using HTML tags. We structure everything using HTML. And we apply some styles like those borders and this spacing between one and another that we created, and all those borders are applied using CSS. This is how we style HTML, because our HTML didn't look very nice to start with. It was kind of empty. Cool. Now, we've pushed the code on the web, and Christian had a question. Ajuți lumea să se angajeze contra cost sau? Okay, the answer to that one, Christian, is there are a lot of offers that we have, and all the offers start at 0. So we do help people for free, and we have everything on the web already for you. So if you go on YouTube, just visit YouTube and type code for code, and tap as you tap on a smartphone, or water, the tap water, where you rotate the hose or whatever to let the water out, right? So I thought about code tap whenever I did it as the source of coding, like continuously pouring coding. This is how I thought about it. So if you visit CodeTap on the web, on YouTube, you can find this channel, and there are a lot of playlists over here. And all the videos and all the content and everything that we worked with people so far that got hired, this is the entire content that we've worked with them, and they got hired based on this content. And it's all free. We do not charge for courses. So this is one of the answers. The second answer is dedicated to people that probably want to get hired either as quickly as possible, or maybe their intention to be hired was yesterday if possible. So for those people that have trouble getting hired, or for those ones that don't want to spend 10 to 20 to 30 years to get to 50 or 100K per year, those ones that want to accelerate, we work with them on project every single day. So for this, definitely there is a fee because everybody has rent to pay, everybody has stuff to buy as food and so on. So I and my mentor assistants can help you out on a daily basis, so you can start discovering how to build projects. Then you start building your own projects, and you practice the company values, just what happens inside the company. You practice that with us every day, so you can get company experience and tick all the boxes before you get hired. As soon as you become hireable, there's a second process called pre-interview. So you start with practice. When you become hireable, you jump into the pre-interview. Inside the pre-interview, there are a lot of tools designed, a lot of experience designed to help you understand what is the interview about and to prepare for it, to prepare for phone calls, how to convert phone calls from recruiters into interviews, then how to nail interviews because you have a lot of competition. So how do you stand out in an interview, and how do you present yourself in the best light so far? That's the pre-interview. As soon as you're done with all of those ones and you're happy that you can face a real interview, then the first stage begins. The first stage is called Get Hired, where you actually start applying for jobs and start putting yourself outside on the market. And as you get interviews, you start going to them, you start experience the real thing. You might get your job from the first interview. We have a lot of people, a lot of members. I think a lot about either a quarter to a third of them got their first job from their first interview. There are others that got their first job maybe from the third interview or from the seventh interview. However, you start going on the market, and you want firstly to convince the employer that you're the best choice for them because you're going to bring the best value. You're going to be the best, you're going to bring the best outcome when it comes for long-term scenarios. So you want to be in your best shape and knock your competition. There are others that apply to that job. You're not the only one. So how do you get from zero experience to have company values, to know how to write your CV, to know how to go to interviews, and to know how to manage your entire career from 0 to 50,000 and to 100,000? Well, it's either you have a lot of time to do it, like I've done it, either you have 10 to 20 to 30 years to figure it out, or you can definitely make use of our experience so you can focus on only one thing that matters. Instead of focusing on hundreds of things to get there, you focus on only one. Practice to get better and to get hireable, and then to overcome and to become in top 10% of juniors, top 10% of mid, top 10% of seniors. As long as you're in top 10%, you'll never run out of a job, and you'll always get the best projects and the best pay. So it's a choice. Do you have 10, 20, 30 years to figure it out on yourself, or do you want to get hired in your mind, possibly yesterday, or as soon as possible, as soon as humanly possible? Do you want to become your best version, or are you just passionate or looking around? That's my answer. If you're just passionate, our courses are free on CodeTap. They have been free for many years. People can make use of them at any point. You don't have to ask us anything, just practice them, and it's all on you. All the responsibility of making sure that you, from this point to getting over there where your target is, it's all your responsibility. Otherwise, join our team. Apply. Hope that answer is good. Let's get back to our coding, because we've done some
Question.
titles, some metas, some styles. not too much. And then we played with tags that are just custom over here. We gave those tags some basic styling, and we can definitely play some more. We can style the cat. I'll style the cat. Do you want to style the dog, Maria?
Okay.
I'll give it a border of 5 pixel.
I
And
was
then,
saying there are more questions as well.
okay, I'll read the questions as soon as I write this line. 5 pixel dotted. And then green, because I like green. So all cats have dotted green now, hopefully. Yeah, cats have dotted green. And over here as well. Let's I'll let you style the dog while I read the questions.
Okay. I styled it.
Levitan was asking that I've updated files from to GitHub from the terminal. Yes, I've done that. I've make the save from the terminal, and then I pushed from the terminal to GitHub. It's exactly the same if you're following YouTube right now. It's exactly the same as going over here into the commit section. There's one that's called source control inside the whatever this panel with all the icons, because I keep it on the right side, not on the left side like others. So you go on source control, and you basically have here the commit. You also have here the add. Whenever I say git add dot, this is actually the same. This plus over here is the same as saying git add dot. Or you can add file by file if you want to. Then you can type a message as I typed inside there. This is the message just as I typed git commit. Okay. So if I copy this from over here and I paste it over here, then those two, if I press enter here or if I commit here, would be the same. It doesn't matter from where you do it. I just prefer from the command line as it gives me more control over everything that I do. This one gives you speed in terms of what you do and convenience. However, it's limited to exactly what it shows, which is quite a lot. Usually you don't need more than this. However, whenever you need more than this, you need to use the command line because the interface is only limited to what it can do. So let's see. Other questions? When are these lessons scheduled? Just every Saturday, what time? So the way I work is I have my own team, and Julia and Maria have their own team that they work with. Maria and Julia are working on a daily basis every single day, from Monday to Friday with those ones, and I as well. However, in my teams, I work with one of the team dedicated on Monday, and the rest of the week are optional, with one of the teams dedicated on Tuesday, and so on. So I have a dedicated team each day of the week that I work with. That's how it runs with me, so everybody can be in their tip-top shape. I want to push them so they can, so we can get the best out of whatever time they have available. That's how it works with me. All of them have access on a daily basis. However, every single day, a team works with me on a dedicated one-to-one. The same happens with Julia and Maria. However, there are some differences in which team you can go into, depending on the questions that you answer whenever you send that email. If you have, let's say, basic knowledge of computers, if you do have basic knowledge of English, if you do have, let's say, your paperwork sorted, so if you have your national insurance number sorted, you can legally work in the UK, those will be factors that will influence if you might end up in my team or maybe into a team that goes a bit slower, not even at a level that is intensive, more as a part-time level. Yes, there is a charge if I am your mentor. There is no charge if you just follow the courses that are free on YouTube. The courses that I'm going to work with you, on top of them, those ones are introductory. On top of them, we'll be creating your own projects or other projects that you'll be working on, just like inside the company. We'll be teaching you exactly what are those values, how to evolve very, very quickly. And for this time spent with us, it's not free because everybody has to eat. Just like you want to, I want to as well. So For the mentor, there is a charge. It can start at 250 per month. However, if you do not want to accelerate, just use the content. It's exactly the same. There is no difference between the content. You're only paying for our time with you, or our one-to-one with you. If you want to follow the content, it's free. Now let's continue with this, because I don't think there are any more questions, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So now we've got our first file. Then there is also dog that has something in it, but not too much, right? And we also got this index that doesn't do much. However, index is a special file that people should mind. This index file is usually used as a default file. It's either index.html or index.htm or index.php or index.js. Whenever you see an index, usually it is configured. It's not that index does it. It's configured to be looked at as a default file for a folder. So if you want to access a folder and that folder has an index file into it, it will read the index file and give it to you just as you're accessing the folder. So that's kind of what index does. In our case, our folder is list of funny pets, and inside it we have index.html. And if we want to somehow access this folder inside the web browser, usually it's configured to look for files like index.html. It will pick up the contents of index.html and it will serve it as we want to access this folder. So let's see this in action actually. Let's create basic HTML structure. We'll type the exclamation point, press tab 3 times. Then let's type something here. This is the landing page of this project. And let's duplicate this title, move it inside body, rename title to h1 and save it and format it. And then let's create some spacing over here. If we are to go back to the browser and just remove this cat over here, we can see that as we didn't type any file name at the end, it loaded our default index.html file. Let's type some exclamation points, save it, and you can see exclamation points happening over there. Now let's keep this Visual Studio Code open to the side over here. And start typing some more. Let's make this smaller. Hey, welcome. As I type it, we can see it changing inside the browser. Now, we do have multiple files as far as I can see. We have dog, we have cat, we also have index. We might create new ones like anything, any name can be a file name .html. So I got this one, exclamation point, tab, tab, tab. This is any file. Then let's do an h1 tag or an h2 h1, and this will be you can write literally everything, right? You want. Option Z, and this is our new HTML. I'll remove this for a moment just for you to see it easier. So all we have done is we've created an HTML, then a head. We've added, well, we don't need this meta right now. We got the title. This is any file. You can write literally everything you want. And let's see how we can actually see the contents of all of those files. So if I'm to go to cat, I have to go to the browser and type here cat.html, and this is cat. If I want to go to the dog one, I need to go to the browser and type after the slash dog.html. And I will see the contents of dogs, which don't really have much because they don't have any style. We can do the same over here, or probably just add one tag to see that it works. It works. However, you can't see the dogs as they don't have content or style. Okay, so we can see that we just added a tag here. The other ones are also present. It's not like they are missing. It's just because they have no width, no height, and no style to somehow represent them. We can see that dogs has 0, 0, dog has 0, 0. So they are present inside the browser, but not the way we want it. And somehow this one is not happy, and it's adding one dog inside the other. Doesn't really matter because that's not our intent is not to be correct about it. Our intent is just to type HTML tags and get relaxed about it because it's not that hard, I'll say. So what did we observe so far? We always start with lesser sign. We always end the tag with greater sign. We always start with lesser sign. We always end it with greater sign. If the tag does not contain any more content, just attributes and values for those attributes, then we can end it like this, or we could actually end it in a different way as well. There is another way to end this tag, which would be to remove that slash from over there and to add an ending like this. So this would be our dog now, and which with a different type of ending. Either you add the slash like over here, and then you end it directly, or you could end this start of tag and then start a new, add a slash, and then dog. And if I'm to hit an enter over here, you can see it easier. If I am to remove those ones, you can see this is the start of the dog and this is the end of the dog tag. Good. Hopefully most of you have gotten an idea about how we write HTML tags. Basically, if we have content, we can wrap it in a tag. Tags are also wrapped in angle brackets, lesser sign and greater sign, lesser sign and greater sign, and then a slash at the end whenever the tag ends. Good. We've traveled to cat, we've traveled to dog, we have a new file. This file name is, okay, any name can be a name. Any name can be a name. I wanted to say any name can be a file name, not a name. Let me rename this file to be more, can be a file name. That's what I wanted to say. And now if I go in the browser and I say any name can be a file name, we can see that we just navigated from the other file to, you can literally write everything you want. However, it's not a good user experience for somebody to have to go to the browser and type all the paths at the end of a domain name in order to navigate from one place to another. So how do we fix this? We make use of link tags or anchor tags. Think about a ship throws its anchor, so the anchor goes all the way to the bottom of the whatever, sea floor, ocean floor, wherever the ship is, right? So it goes to the bottom and then it hatches onto the sea floor or whatever it ends up being. And now the ship is no longer in a free will, let's say, floating on the sea, being subjected to be moved away by the wind that blows into the ship. It's anchored to the bed floor. So that's how you could think of an anchor, a connection between one place to another. Now, in terms of the web, anchors can point from one place to another one in terms of another file, another place in the same file, maybe an image, maybe a different web page, maybe an external web page. So links are used to point from one place to another inside HTML. Let's make use of some of them. So if I go to this index HTML and I type here an A tag, A for anchor, and then I press tab, I automatically get pre-filled by Emmet this anchor tag. So this is how it looks like. Every anchor tag should have at least two attributes. The href, we'll be talking about it quite soon, quite in a moment, and the title tag. So definitely you can omit one or the other. However, it's not necessarily intended usually to omit any of them unless you have a very specific scenario. So now if I want to give this file, this anchor tag a title or an href, I can write anything I want inside the title and inside the href. And what I do want inside the href is to point it to the cat maybe. Now, because I'm pointing to cat, let me give a bit of description over here. So click here to see pets that are very playful with strings and mice. Okay, so I gave a description. Okay, and if I want to also give a description for the link that I want to click on, this is a description. Click on me. Okay, now let's see what happened. If I'm to go back to the browser, remove any file name from over here so it loads index.html, we can see that we have a few links over here. Those are the links that we've created. I'll zoom in so you can see them better. Okay, and I'll also add a break tag over here. So you can see the links easier, actually two of them. This is the description. Click on me, and if I hover over it, you can see that a pop-up appeared. Click here to see pets that are very playful with strings and mice. So my title appears when I hover over the link, and if I keep my mouse over the link, the title appears as a pop-up, so it can give me more information about the link. And if I go to Maria's and I hover over it, it says, here are some playful dogs that are waiting for you. Let's see if we have the tag over here. Yeah. The anchor tag title, here are some playful dogs that are waiting for you, and it points to the dog HTML. Right, so now let's click on those links. If I click on the first one, I can get to the cat. We can see up inside the browser that cat is loaded. Now I do not have another link for me to go back, so I'm going to use the back button of the browser. Now I'm back into the index file, and if I click on the second link, the one that Maria worked on, I can see that it takes me to the dog file, and now I can see the header tag. So I have a basic way of navigating to some pages. However, it's not completed. It just gives us the option from the home page to navigate to any of the second pages. Actually, we need another one, right? Because we have another link that we need to do. Let's duplicate from 18 to 21 and give this one.
On TikTok, and someone also commented on YouTube.
Okay, I'll finish with this one and answer the TikTok questions and the YouTube questions as soon as I finish with this anchor tag. Okay, this is any file, random info. Okay, and it should not point to dog, it should point to any name, can be a file name. So now if I are to click back inside the browser, refresh this one, we still have the same content. Let's change the content. Just a second, give me a moment. Let's change the content of this last anchor tag, and let me make it a bit easier to read. Okay, href, and then this one comes in here, tab, then this one comes in here. Okay, almost, I would say. If I make it a bit bigger, come on. Yay. You can easily see it. This is where it starts. This is where it ends, the first opening of the anchor tag bracket. It has two properties, title and href. Then this is the content inside the anchor tag, and I'll change this one to any file. Click here. And then I'll end the anchor tag. Now I'll save it, go back here, we can see any file, click here. You can write literally anything. Again, click back to get to our index, and let me get now back to the YouTube and TikTok questions. So let's see, on YouTube, I think I might get the questions from here, right? Join, wow, dope. Okay, we got 2 new subscribers. Welcome. So this is the live. We mute it very quickly. Yeah. And let's see. Today I got more than an idea about HTML. Thank you. Dragoș Alexandru Covric. Salutare. Salut, Dragoș, dacă te mai uiți. Salutare români. Hello everyone. If you want, you can type from wherever you are. I live in London. Just to see if we live in the same area or if we are from all around the world. Let's see. Some people might be on the same hour. Some people might be earlier or later than us. Now, what's on TikTok? So there's a question I would say. How doable would learning be for someone who never did programming before but still tech savvy? So you know about tech, but you never build anything. Yeah, it's 100% doable. The idea is for you to be able to, create a file like this one, file, new file. See over here. Then you create new files, you give them names, right? We'll figure out what names you have to give them, but this is how you name files. You structure them probably in folders later on. You'll see more about it. So there is some guidance that help you become able to build any website you think of and deploy it online. Any website you think of and deploy it live online for other users, for your friends, for your family, for your clients to be able to access it. So this is what we do. We build any website. However, if you started with zero knowledge, we are not going to build Google in our first day. In our first day, we are going to build something similar to this, very simple. Then we are going to repeat this until you get comfortable. And once you get comfortable, we'll level up. Then we build another project that is a higher level than this one. And as you get comfortable building projects like that one, you build 1 or 2 or 3 or 5 of them. And you're like, okay, I think now I can build this type at any time because I understood what needs to be done. I got some experience. I got all the questions that I had answered. I have no more questions. Let's move to the next level. And that's how you kind of progress. Now, the levels are not necessarily like this, but think of them as being a starter. As a starter, you can call yourself as passionate about it. However, you're not yet at the level that you can deliver. So you can convince somebody else to pay you for the services that you can offer so you can deliver for them value. You need to get to that point. And that point is called, in my mind, junior. Once you're able to build and deliver websites, you can be called a junior. Juniors are of all types and sizes and shapes and so on. So there are good juniors, very good juniors, really good juniors, and then really good juniors kind of jump. They are in a transition to mid, I would say, to mid or expert. The mid level is also called expert, I would say. So you want to get to junior at least. You want to be able to build websites, maybe not so quickly, but you are capable of building them. With some research, with some help, with some guidance, you can build any simple to medium website. That's why you're called a junior. However, you're not very quick about it because you haven't gotten the opportunity to build 20, 50, 100 projects, right? So with that said, that's where you want to get to become a junior. At a junior level, you can be a freelancer or you can get hired. Now, as you progress further and you get more projects under your belt and more experience and more courage and more ways of knowing how to do things and more ways of knowing how not to do things, and maybe when you have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of errors under your belt that you know how to treat because you've met all of them, then when you become efficient at building websites, I would say you're quick about them. You do not take as much time as before. Basically, you get, let's say, presented the requirements and you start working on them and you deliver it at, I would say, close to what's expected or normal rate. Then this would be more or less a mid. A mid can definitely work on any website it's given. He or she doesn't require to do too much research because they already have experience on how to start projects, how to, let's say, implement designs that already or ideas. They already have this knowledge, and for them, it's less. It happens less that they need to jump into every single time in Google and search for solutions or go and ask different other team members for help. So as a mid, you know your stuff and you can also help other mids and you can also help juniors. That's kind of the definition of a mid. That's what makes you a mid. Not the title itself, but the ability to perform in different days on those type of basis. Either work on a project or on two of them, but be able to interact with everybody from the team. Now, a senior level, there is no question you cannot build a website. That's never the question, because otherwise, why are you called senior? Any website is thrown to you, you're capable of building it. Now, you might be specialized in some areas or not. However, in the areas where you specialize, this should be going like this, like snapping your fingers. If you need to deliver 20 tickets in a sprint, you deliver 20 tickets in a sprint. It's no issue for you. You have so much experience. There are so many. Your questions are mostly about what needs to be done, not necessarily how it needs to be done. What do we need to achieve? What do we need to make sure that it's important and it works just as expected? So as a senior, you can manage juniors, you can manage mid-level, you can definitely do your own stuff, and you probably have more responsibility in terms of being part of decisions, maybe advising inside a meeting, what ways we should do, pros and cons. So you're definitely at a level where you can speak this language with others in the same manner and with the same importance and with the same impact, more or less. So those would be the differences, and the only difference between them, it's the experience, right? And the impact that you can have, your output, your value. Because otherwise, all of us are doing exactly the same thing. All of us are working with HTML, all of us are working with CSS, all of us are working with JavaScript. And of course, with different other design tools like Figma and whatever, Adobe Extend. We work with designers, we get the designs for them, we can talk that language, we can make recommendations to them, or we can ask them questions, and when they answer back, we understand what they say. So this would be the levels. And as a junior, you can go for, I don't know, anywhere between 20 and 40, depending on how good you are. As a mid goes, I would say 40, 50, even sometimes 60, 65, but mid is quite a short period. And you don't really encounter mid that often on the market. It's either a junior or almost all seniors, I would say. There are a lot of seniors on the market. Now, this is what we've done. Let's see if there are more questions on YouTube or on TikTok. If not, I want to continue working on the navigation, because so far we can navigate from the main page to the second pages, but not from the second pages to at least the main page or anything else. So, is Julia back now, Maria, by the way?
I'm not sure.
Marius Hâncu. Hai să arătăm lui Marius Hâncu, că ăsta zice, cred că glumești. Wow, da. Marius Hâncu, dacă mai ești încă online pe acolo, în timp ce tu zici că noi glumim, poți să vezi pe wow.com persoanele pe care le-am ajutat, le vezi profilul, vezi pe unde muncesc, Și după aceea când îți dai seama că asta nu e glumă, poate revii. Now back to English. Yes, I did help a lot of people achieve 50 to 100k. I would say I more people than I have less fingers than the people that I helped to get over 100k, and I do not have enough fingers and toes for all the people that I totally helped with achieving 50, 60, 70, and so on. So it happened already, unless you're a magician and you can travel through parallel universes and somehow come back into the past and influence the outcome that we already had. It already happened. So those people started from zero. Those people got their first job, got their second job, got their third job with us. They worked on their career on a daily basis and they got over there, and you cannot do anything about that because it already happened. So sorry for you. If you believe it or don't believe it, just do your research, make the phone calls. You can see where the people are working. You can make a phone call to that company. You can check if they are working there or not. You can look for anything and everything because we are so public. We do not care about hiding something. It's quite public. Everything is public. So you can see it. And when you can see it, you can believe it. Maybe after a couple of years, yes, definitely. Nobody says you're gonna start with 100k when you don't know anything. Definitely. However, let's see. Somebody came to ask me for help. Let's name him Mr. Lucian. Let's say Lucian. It starts with the same letter. So anyway, he knew about coding a lot. He knew about coding even more than I did. However, he couldn't get a job at this high rate. His only offers that he had were between 2,000 and 3,000 euros per month. So I helped this person that knew more coding about me, who would only get job offers between 2,000 and 3,000 euros per month. I helped this person achieve directly 10k per month. So he jumped from 3,000 offers to more than 10,000 per month with my help in 3 months. Now, this is somebody who knew coding, right? So it is possible to jump directly there if you already are good at it, but you cannot get those projects, you cannot get that knowledge, you cannot get through this market because it's competitive and there are other people that are good and they're applying to that job, and that's why you don't get it. Not because you might be able to do it, it's because there are other people that compete with you and you need to be in your best shape. Now, let's talk about other ones. If we are to go to Dorin, right? Dorin was a content editor. What does that mean? He basically copy-pastes text from one site to another, title, a description, an image, and he creates content for courses in terms of he doesn't create the content. All the courses and the recordings and the images and the titles and the description are provided to him, and then he takes all that information, he goes into an admin panel, and he does copy, paste, upload, copy, paste, upload, copy. He structures all those ones, he creates links between them using that software, not because he was a developer, so others at some point can, let's say, go on that project and browse through it because it has been sorted out. Somebody has to do this job as taking the content and put it inside the database using an interface like an admin panel. So he was struggling in Romania. He already had started his family and it wasn't easy. And he was struggling with the content editor because sometimes the job would come, sometimes it wouldn't be some work, and he was trying to do some other things as well. So we met at a let's say bar, I would say, and we had a beer. I already quit drinking before that event, so I had a non-alcohol beer. He had a beer with alcohol, and we chatted that night and we planned. And then he asked the question: should I wait like 6 or 9 months to sort all my things out and then come to you, or should I start right now? And I was like, what are you trying to sort out? He gave me some details about that, and I told him, look, that's nothing. Just forget about it. If you win or lose it, it's nothing to what happens, what waits for you. So he started working from Romania with us, practice every single day. He was asking questions on a daily basis. He was with us, working on the project on a daily basis. And after a month, he felt that he got to some place and decided to go from Romania to the UK. So a month after we started working, he joined the UK. when he joined the UK, we could meet more often. We could definitely chat more about the solutions that he wants to do, his plans, and so on. So we devise strategies almost on a weekly or a daily basis, depending on how he could get in contact with us. And he worked on a 2 months, let's say, period of sharpening his skills and getting hired as junior. And 3 months later, since he started, he got hired as a junior on £30,000 as his first job, from zero to hired in 3 months. This is Dorin, from zero to hired in 3 months. After 3 months, Dorin has put a lot of effort in the company that he was with. He raised the team, let's say, level. He brought in a lot of new features. And as he did that, he got, let's say, the interests of other people. And at some point, more or less a year later after he joined the company, he had the opportunity to go into a different project, a much more, let's say, demanding project with high responsibility and so on. And he jumped into his first job. After he started applying to different ones, he went into his first job with, I would say, complex JavaScript, not just basic user interface with a few buttons there and let's say just basic junior ones. So into the second job, I believe it was some frameworks like React or similar that he worked with, and he jumped to 50,000. Now, Dorin then got more and more experience because he never stopped since he started. He worked at his day job, and after his day job, he worked at home to sharpen more and more of his skills, to build more projects, to get more capable of handling more responsibility. So then Dorin jumped to different other offers, 70, 75, 80, 85, and from 85 to 125. More or less, that was Dorin's journey. And in 2 years, in 4 months, since he started with us, he reached 100,000 with our help. So yes, it's not instant if you do not know anything, but if you do work at it, you start getting better every single day. And the better you become, the more and more you leave behind the past where you weren't capable of getting any job, and you get into a position where everybody wants you. You get into a position where you know how to write your CV, and our CV sometimes gets calls between 10 and 50 calls per day. 10 and 50 phone calls per day. That's not something that anybody gets anywhere you go. If you show me another, let's say, place, another group that is at this high level of getting through your career, well, I'm going to be happy to meet them, because so far I looked for them and I didn't find them. People that take you from one place and takes care of everything so you can focus on getting better and better and better, and only focus on one thing instead of focusing on running after 100 rabbits, trying to do that, trying to do CV, trying to apply for that, trying to figure out what works, trying to see how do I write something, what technology do I bet on, how do I build this project, is it the right path, is it not, what questions do I ask when I do not know what to ask, because your biggest enemy is it's not knowing what you don't know. So what are you going to ask if you do not know what to ask because you don't have the info? You never encountered it. You're going to encounter it at some point in your life, but if you want all of it, the experience of more than 25 years of building thousands of products that amazed all of our clients, well, come over here. Let's see. Any other questions? And Maria, what do you think we should do forward in terms of having some links pointing back to the index file in each file over here? Maybe you can help me with that while I still answer questions over here.
Yeah, check YouTube, please.
Okay, I'll check YouTube as well while you work on this one. And what we want to do is to add some links from any cat and dog back to index, so we can navigate in our website, in this website, so we can navigate from one place to another. So if I click here, I want to have somewhere a place to click and get back. So the same for this one, so that I don't have to go and click the back button. Let's see if we can work on this one. Okay. Hey. Yes. Yes, it's about each person. It's not about how much they can learn in time. It's about how much practice they can do. Because we don't teach here, we practice. If you want to be taught, if you want to learn courses, and then apply with the fact that you have been taught courses and you have learned courses, and you go to an interview and you say, I want 50,000, I want 70,000. What can you do for us? Well, I watched courses. Oh, great. What courses? About that and that and that. Okay, so can you help us with this scenario? Look, this is what happens. There is a problem over here. What do we do about it? And you're going to say, let me find a course about that. We practice so you can handle anything. Any website is thrown at you, any request is thrown at you. You're going to look at it. You're going to apply the 4 principles, right? Research, plan, develop, and deliver. Research, plan, develop, and deliver in a way that you can, let's say, handle or tackle anything that's thrown at you. We do not teach courses. We practice the real work that happens inside the company until you become that person. And when you become that person, getting a job is changing your address. Getting a job is just like changing your job. Once you become the person that can work like inside the company, you have all the core values, you have all the experience, you have all the knowledge, you have everything that can create an impact in a company. Why would somebody not hire you, especially when you're better than what they are, what's on the market, or you're better than what they currently have? Why wouldn't they hire you? It's a no-brainer. Just become better than what's on the market, and you'll have a place and continuous job security for the rest of your life. Okay, YouTube. Where is YouTube? YouTube ran away. Yay. Hello, hello. Hey, Razvan. Wait, I'm not on the list? No, continue the HTML stuff. Hey, Maria. So, by the way, Razvan is on YouTube. If you want to ask Razvan any questions, I was talking about Razvan earlier. Actually, about Doreen, not about Razvan. But by the way, Razvan, why don't you join Discord? Maybe we can say hello to everybody on the that are live somewhere on YouTube or on TikTok. So this is Razvan. He's live over here on YouTube. Nice one. Power to Razvan. And Alex. Hey, Alex. How is it going? Hopefully, Alex will be more free those days with his project. So, Maria, did you work on those links?
Yeah, but
Cool. Let's see if there are any more questions on YouTube. Not at home, man. Sorry. Okay. Maybe next time. So he's not at home. He's still walking the dogs. It's quite nice. He lives nearby the, I call it Danube, but anyway, Thames, just as I. And it's quite nice to have a walk near the river Thames. So let's see. Questions to you, to me, Papa. Any questions about what we've done so far? Maria is working on those links. Not sure where she decided to put them. Okay, so she decided to put a link after this H1 tag. So she created this anchor tag, and then we have a title and an href, and the href is just a slash, which means this is like home. Take me back. If we are to format this a bit so everybody can see a bit clearer. Yay. Almost. Yeah, this is the entire anchor tag, but it's easier to be read right now. So Maria created this inside dog. Almost. If I save it and go back to the browser, and let's go to our dogs, wherever the dogs were. Okay, is this the dog one? No, this is cat. This is the dog one. Okay, so now we have a link here, take me back. So as I click on the middle link here, and I go to the dogs one, now I have a link here, take me back, which takes me back to homepage. So we got our very first, very simple website. Not too much, just basic content, basic links. It's working. It's inside the browser. We haven't written too much HTML in terms of, it's not complex. It's just a play we've done. We can remove it. And if you look at this dog file right here, it's not much. We have an H1 and we have an anchor. So this is what we've written just to have a very basic website working. It's the basics of working with links. Endpin joined. Hello, Endpin. How are you today? Salut. Not sure exactly where you are from. If you're from Romania, salut. If you're from some other place, hello. Endpin. Let's see. Did you do it for the other files as well, Maria?
Yeah, it's in every, like in each of their files.
Okay, somehow this data. Okay, take me back home. Okay, I've seen it. And any file, take me back home. And this one, take me back. Yeah. So basically, we can navigate from one file to another. And what we've done is we've added to the end of the cat or somewhere, we've added this link, this anchor tag with a title. This goes back home, and the pointing to home. Okay, and then if we are to go to any, we've added this anchor tag here. Okay. It's not like that, Maria. It's like this. Yeah, now it is okay. Yeah, cool.
I think I saw your blinker there, and that's why.
Okay. I saw yours and I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna go there. So this is another link that we created inside the any name can be a file name.html. And if we are to click here, see, we can have it. Take me back. Now with exclamation point. Is it this one? Oh no, this is any name. Any name is the third one. This one, take me back now. And more exclamation points. And more exclamation points. And some funny faces. See?
On YouTube now, it's only your camera. It's not the code anymore.
Okay. Let me get back to the code because I forgot about it. And let me make it full. So I got the code. Let's explain what we've done so far. We played a bit with those anchor tags by reminding whoever is following, and it's a starter, that this one just had some content with a big text, hey, welcome, or whatever it's written there, because this is just the index one. Let's go to index. Okay, so this index. Hey, welcome. So with H1 tags, we can write very big text. And it's also bolded, so it's like thicker. The font for the shape, the face for this letter, it's thicker in terms of when you call it bold. Now we've used links to even navigate away from this page. And we've used links to navigate back to this page. Let's create a new one while we see if there are more questions. And this would be what to read in your free time.html. And let's create a simple file here with HTML. So we type the exclamation point, press tab once, twice, 3 times. I would recommend you to read this. I'm gonna duplicate this and make this title an H1 and then format it. And let's see what we want to do over here. As a starter, web developer, you might want to spend more time discovering more about HTML and CSS, later JavaScript. Here are a few links to visit and have fun. Okay, I'm gonna save this, press Option Z so we can see the entire text that I have typed inside this paragraph tag. So let's create an unordered list, and this unordered list should have at least, I don't know, maybe 7 LIs times 7, and need an anchor tag, and let's see what we do. So for the first one, I would say W3 schools. And the href would be https w3schools.com, and the title would be "This is where most beginners start." Oh, sorry. With HTML and CSS. Yeah, better. Okay, and if we have this page, which is what to read in your free time HTML, and we go to index, and we scroll to, let's say, this last link, and we just duplicate it so we don't waste time writing too much. And this would be read this now. Okay, and I'm going to point instead of that link to, well, it was already that. Did somebody change it?
Yeah, I did it.
I just duplicated something that I wanted to do. That's cool. So Maria did already this. I was just trying to do the same thing. Well, so start web developer. So I got, I would recommend you to read this as a start web developer, and this W3 schools. However, look what happens right now at this tab. So you want to look at this tab, and when you click on this link, something happens, and you need to pay attention a bit in this area where the URL is, the path where we can see this current page. So as I click on W3 schools, you can see that the tab has changed into W3 schools, and also the path has changed, and also the entire page is loaded with a different one. By the way, it's not a bad thing or a good thing. This is something that can happen based on our intentions. So whenever you want to point away from one page to an external one, like we just did, because earlier we pointed only to internal pages, so we navigated inside the same website that we started to build, the same simple website. However, this particular link, the last one that we've built, has taken us to a different page, and the behavior that happened was that the entire tab was replaced by the new page, which is cool if you want to do that. However, let's say you do not want users to leave your page and go into another page. You want users to keep having your page opened, so not like disappear from the current open pages in the browser. And you want the users to visit a new page in a new tab, in a new window. So that kind of keeps them with the tab open. They could revisit your page and make use of your page. So if you don't want to lose them like that, there's a different behavior that we can attach to this anchor tag. So let's get back to our browser. This was so far our link W3 schools. And if we click on it, we can see it replaces it. This is the current behavior. If you click back, click on it, it replaces. We do not want that, or we might not want that. At least I do not want that right now. So what I want to do is add another attribute named target and give it a value of blank with underscore in front of it. So if you do target blank, the behavior of the link will change. So let's see what happens. I'm going to refresh this page just to make sure that I have the latest version. I'm going to click on W3 schools, which is still the same link. It still points to the same page. However, let's see what happens now. Nothing. It's the same thing. Didn't I do target blank? Yeah, I did it for starter web developer. I did not do it for the correct one. So let me remove target blank here, because a different link, not this link, has received that target. Let's inspect this one so you can see. So this one has only a title and an href. It doesn't have any target. I was working or barking at the wrong tree. So this link with W Free Schools is not this one. So let me find it. Here, right? Yeah, we got W Free Schools here. Let me arrange this a bit because it's not easy for people to make sense of what happens. Okay, and tab, and enter, and enter, and shift tab, shift tab, shift tab.
Yeah, we'll do the rest.
Shift tab and shift tab. Yeah. Okay, so now we got an unordered list which creates this list with those dots. Now the first li item over here is the very first dot with W Free Schools, and then if we go further down, this would be second, this would be third, and we can see here 2 and 3. So let's get back to our first one and add here target blank. Now with target blank, I'm going to click another time on W Free Schools, and now we can see that our tab is still open here. However, a new tab has opened with W Free Schools and all the contents of it. So now if you are to click on this one, our page is still present and it didn't unload and be replaced by a different page. So in regards to anchor tags, this is one of the behaviors that you might want to use. Sometimes you want people to leave the page and just be replaced, and if that's your intention, just leave the anchor tag as it is. If you want the users to keep being on your page and have the, let's say, the link, the external link being open in a new tab, that might be one of the scenarios that you want to do. Add a target with the value underscore blank. This is it, target underscore blank. Now, I'm pretty happy that we mentioned target because we only treated one value, which is underscore blank. However, that value could be a different one. So we can change underscore blank to something else. So let's see how we can make use of the target attribute inside the anchor tag whenever we want to create a website. And this is a particular scenario. It's not going to be used very much in your career. However, it enables us today, this very moment, to continue building a website and make it somehow workable. Before I go into more about target, let me see if there are any questions on YouTube or on TikTok about how you can start from zero and practice your way to 30K, 50K, 100K, and more.
Yeah, there's nothing at the moment.
Okay. Whereas, so not on YouTube and not on this one. By the way, thank you everybody for the 1,000 likes for this video, for this live. Let me see if I can take a quick break. By the way, Maria, I'm gonna take a quick break just for me to, let's say, put my feet into motion. And do we have all the links over here? Okay, I'm gonna let you and Julia, if she came back, think about something in this index. Let me tell you what our intention is to do, and then I'm gonna do some walking because I need to move from this chair. And
yeah, take a little break as well.
Okay, is Julia back?
Well, I've seen she's doing emails, so I don't know.
Okay, that's cool. It's okay. As long as she does emails, that's okay. So my intention is to have this this website load the content of those pages inside this page without having to leave and go to this page. So more like if I click on this contents to be present inside this page. If I click on this, those contents to be present inside this page somehow. Displayed at least. Displayed at least. This is what I want to see on the screen. So quick break for me to do some walking, 1 or 2 minutes, and then we'll get back to coding, and we are going to transform this website in a better experience and progress further and further and further. And as we progress, we discover more and more, and we get more opportunities to build better products, more awesome, more nice, with animations, with everything. So pot să vorbesc și în română dacă sunteți online. Acum uit direct la TikTok, dacă sunteți online pe TikTok și La tine că bate pe mea. Și la mine a bătut când am venit aici vreo 5 luni. 10 minute, mă duc și eu puțin pe la toaletă. Și ne întoarcem pe live-ul de pe YouTube, să vedem ce am mai făcut fetele. Și mai scriem cod. 10 minute, sunteți gata. Dacă vreți să continuăm cu website-ul ăsta, după aceea poate ajungem să facem ceva mai interesant cu niște stiluri, cu niște animații, vedem noi. La prima oară, să înțelegem cum facem fișiere HTML, cum după aceea le legăm pe fișierele astea HTML între ele, exact ca pentru un începător care pentru prima dată face el ceva și nu neapărat că înțelege tot, dar un pic dacă ți-a reușit din orice de aici, dacă ți-a reușit un link, dacă ți-a reușit un, nu știu, un titlu. Bă, și o chestie mică dacă ți-a reușit pentru prima oară și pe aia după aceea ești capabil să o faci. Așa că nu trebuie să-ți iasă totul din prima, dar măcar așa, dacă ajungi în orice stare, e un progres de la 0 la unde ești acum. Revin și continuăm codurile. Dacă vreți să-i puneți întrebări, puneți-le pe YouTube sau direct pe Discord. Pe Discord le mai găsiți aici pe Dusty. Dusty este Maria. Dacă îl vedeți pe Nix, Nix este Iulia. Ne-am pus nume de pisică noi aici și ce sunt eu. Da. Deci, wow, general, hai să vedem. Revenim la coduri în curând. Și continuăm cu astea simple. Dacă trebuie să fac eu o simplă pauză. Really? You took a break from the game? Is that possible? Hmm. Did you fight with mommy? Ah, okay. trecut 10 minute, nu ar fi trecut. Hai înapoi. La cod, că s-a terminat calculator, s-a stins. Hai să vedem cine mai e online. Hello, everyone. Is anybody back? We are going to continue. No more BRB in 10 minutes. Maria, are you there? Or Julia? It's just me. That's fine. It's okay. So let's continue working on this code and also the browser somehow. Let's see what we get. So far we have a landing page that we click on and then we have take me back, right? Cool. What we could continue to do. Maybe we can go into this index.html file. So far we got a title and no meta description, or no meta description, yes. We got an h1 tag, we got an anchor tag, then some breaks that just separate those links a bit with some spacing, then another link, some more breakings that separate this space over here, creates a spacing, and more breakings that create more spacing over here. So far, not so much HTML, not so much CSS, mostly HTML. Let's see what we can do. If we are to go into the start web developer, we see that we have a take me back. So let's go to start developer. What was it in this text, this HTML, and we have somewhere. Okay, take me back. This one. And by the way, when Maria will come, we'll add more links over here for you to visit and get more knowledge about HTML. However, let me start adding some styling to this HTML. So far we got only structure mostly.
I am here now. Can you hear me?
Yeah. So I'll go all the way to the top and I'll create a style tag. And inside it, I want to select all the way this anchor tag here, or anchor tags in general. So to do that, I'll just type A. So I'll type the name of the tag that I want to select, and then I'll type curly braces. And inside those curly braces, I will do, let's say, a border of 2 pixels solid and pick a random color. Rebecca purple. That's a purple color probably. So now we can see that all the link tags have a border. Now let's make it smaller a bit. Okay, and let's add some padding of, let's put 0.1 rem, and we can see that there is now some more spacing between the text and the code. Let's increase this one 0.1 to 0.5. And we can see that there is more spacing between the text and the border. So that's how we create some spacing around between the text and the border. Over here, we add some padding and it increases this. We'll play more with it later on so for you to understand. However, if I am to add a border radius, this will add some roundness to the border. So let's do 1 rem. And we can see now that most borders of those links now have rounded corners. If we are to replace it by 16 pixels, which is exactly the same, we can see that the borders didn't change. If we are to reduce to maybe 10 pixels, now there is less roundness, to 5 pixels, the corners are even less rounded. So depending on the value of that border radius, those corners will be rounded a bit. Yeah, let's now remove that underline from take me back. So text decoration, and we'll add none. Somehow there is none. So if we add text decoration none, we can see that that underline has disappeared. And now maybe we want to reselect this anchor tag in a different state, in a hover state. The hover state happens when you hover with the mouse. So let's select the anchor tag, and in order to get to the hover state, we type semicolon and then just hover. Okay, so hover will select all the anchor tags that are in a hover state. So now if we are to type some properties, I will change the text color to red. So to any color, any other color than the current color, so we can see a change. Color red. So now if I am to hover over this one, you can see that the text changes to red once I hover over it. So this happens because I wrote this one. If I'm to comment it out, and now when I hover back, it no longer changes to red. If I am to uncomment, let me undo, somehow it's broken. Okay, save it. So now when I hover back on it, it's back to red. Okay. So let's add more stuff into it. Probably let's add a background color red. Background color red. And now when I hover over it, the background is red instead of the text. Maybe I want to make the text white, so color white. So as I hover it over it, the text now is white and the background is red. But it changes abruptly. So as I hover it over it, it directly changes to it. So maybe I want to somehow ease into that transition, so see something a bit more smoother. Not sure if on YouTube everybody sees or on TikTok. I'm gonna
YouTube, yeah.
okay. So I got this one over here. Let me go back to the first initial anchor and add a transition of 250 milliseconds, which is a quarter of a second. So now when I hover over, you can see that it transitions into those colors. So from whatever color it is, the text transitions from a purple to a white, and the background from white to red. Or if we want to change the background color for this one, let me zoom out a bit. So let's do BGC, it's a shortcut, and let's choose a different color, maybe black. So now you can see that all the links have background as black when they start with, right? And then they have this hover. Let's try a different color, light blue. So now all the texts have a light blue color, and then they change to red and white. Cool. Maybe we make this black as well. And this is how it looks like. Now all the texts are receiving this transformation so far. So how do we only make this take me back link receive this style and not all the links in the page? So in order to do that, let's go back to the last anchor tag, this one with take me back. You can see as I add exclamation points, it changes over here. So this is the anchor tag that creates this button based on the styling that we created at the top, that adds a transition, some padding, some color text, some border and changes and so on. By the way, if we want to change that border from black to something else, we got border 2 pixels solid black. So let's duplicate it, move it down inside the A hover and change the border color to maybe green. Not gray, green. And now when you hover, you can see that also the border has changed color. And you can also increase the border size. It will create some unwanted effects probably, but let's see. See, we can change it in like that. So we can really have some fun. See, with all of them. However, our purpose was to only change the last one. So a quick way to do that is to either add another attribute, for example, ID, and give it a value, or a class and give it a value. So either we add one or the other in order to quickly select this one. There are other methods as well. There are different others. You can definitely select this one somehow. However, it's quite quickly to do it with an ID or a class. Now, I recommend you to not use IDs unless you know what IDs do. I recommend you to start with classes because they're easier to understand and easier to reason about them. The IDs have a uniqueness attached to it where the classes don't. So unless you understand how IDs work, I recommend you to avoid IDs because they'll create some confusions and some problems in CSS selectors with specificities when we get to CSS specificity. So let's avoid ID for the moment and do a class here. Maybe like link button. So we added an attribute with the value of class and a value with the value of link button. Let's save this and I'll just copy this anchor tag from here to here, and then go all the way to this anchor tag selector and just paste it. And then we do not actually need this anchor tag over here. I just pasted it so you can see it clearly what we are intending to do. So I'm going to comment this out. And from this anchor tag, I do not need to talk about the href. I do not need to talk about the title. I only want to talk about the anchor tag that starts from here to here. It's inside the comments, so it doesn't disturb the CSS. Sorry. Sorry. So let me grab some water. And by the way, since we are on YouTube, probably. Is he following me? I don't know. No, maybe not. Let me power on that and figure it out. Give me a second so I can get back on YouTube with everything.
Anyway, on YouTube, it's just the code, it's not your video as well.
I know. I'm trying to make it be. So, toolbox press, and now I'm there as well somehow. Not necessarily very well. Let me try again. Really? Almost. Come on, work. That's so painful to nail. Okay. I think I got it to some kind of degree. Yeah, you can definitely see me somehow. Yeah. I'm not sure what happened, but somehow something changed and now you cannot see it properly. Come on. Yes, now it's better. So, back on YouTube, back with everything. I was talking about this anchor tag. So, we have this class, and in order to make a selection of an anchor tag based on the class, let's translate it over here, starting fresh. So, we want to select an anchor tag, we type A. Then we want to select an anchor tag based on its class, so then we type dot, and then the value of the class, link bottom. So link bottom. So with this selector, we only want to select all the anchor tags that have a class of link bottom. And let's do here font size 2 rem. So as far as you can see, all the anchor tags receive the styling that we did earlier with that hover effect. However, this one receives the styling and also the font size. You can see that only this one has changed in terms of how big the font size is. If we are to make this even bigger, you can see that this one is quite big now. If we are to make it f1, it should be more or less like the other ones. If 1 rem is equal to 16 pixels, so if we do 16 pixels, it's the same. If we do 18, just a tiny bit bigger. 20, just a bit bigger. So you can see this one changing over here. We are only selecting this link with the class link bottom because only this anchor tag has a class of link button. Only it gets selected. This anchor tag does not have a class of button unless we add it to it. If we are to add a class here of anchor button, now also CodeWords receives the same, let's say, bigger font size, 2 rem. See, now both CodeWords and Take Me Back will receive that styling because now both of them have a class of link button. if we are to look into here. Now let's remove it from over here, and the intention was to only affect this link. So a good way to do this, let me remove this comment because it was just explanatory to see how you can select a tag. So you type the tag name, then for class you type a dot, and then the class name. And that's an easy way to select a tag based on one value of each class. Now let's move all those rules inside this link and just remove this one, and let's see what happens now. So all the links, see, keep like an original state, but the hover state is still valid for all of those ones. However, those links change to the old ones, and only this one receives in a normal state, let's say that the styling. Now if we are to add to this anchor tag also to only select classes of type with the value link bottom, then those ones will no longer receive anything, and just this one will receive the styling. So now we got taming back, and that's happening only in starter developer. Now if we are to go back and click on any file, we can see that take me back now from over here does not have the styling that this take me back has it. So what would be a way for us to figure out how can we share the style from this take me back to other buttons, like this take me back from over here, and then this take me back from over here, and then this take me back from over here. Okay, in order to get rid of this type of this thing over here, which it's a refresh script that gets inserted by, I'm running out of battery. That sucks. It might introduce some noise. If a noise gets on the feed, it's because I need battery. It's only 14%. So let me get rid of this script over here. I'll make a different selection so we can deal with everything that happens in cat. Okay, Command B. So let me select body everything. Let's move this inside the body, but not just the body. The body, and inside the body I want the tag multiverse and everything inside it. So I'm going to add here multiverse and then everything inside it. So now we no longer see that script being ugly there. We only see what we used to see before with a take me back, and this take me back gets us here. So the idea was, how can we share the styling that we created inside this style tag in this file? Can I make it bigger? Okay, almost. So the file is what to read in your free time.html, right? So how can we share the styling from this one to another one? Okay, so a quick way would be to basically just select style, copy, and go to another file. For example, any can be a file. Add it to the head, for example, or in some other places it works as well. Let's add it inside the head. So now we don't need this comment, by the way. We don't need this comment as well over here. I thought I removed it. So we just copy pasted this inside. Any name can be a file name. Okay. And now you can see better. And now if we are to go back to the browser and click in any name can be a file name, we shouldn't see any change so far because we are only loading the CSS. However, we did not tell this link over here to receive this styling, because that link does not have a class link button. So let's go and add class link button. So now when we save it, we can see that this one has received the same styling, right? This would be a way. However, if we are to make a change now, let's see, we want to make a change in this styling, and on hover, we no longer want to change the border. Okay, so in this particular scenario, we want it to only do this. However, if we now go back to Starter Web Developer, you can see that it changes the border. It also does that kind of resizing effect, right? So now we have two files that at some point shared common styling. We made reuse of it by using copy paste. However, we just introduce a new problem now. Every time we update one of those stylings, we need to update it in both places. So we need to go to the other file as well and remove its border. So when we go back over here, we can see the same effect here. And not this one, this one, the same effect here. So it only changes with the same effect. We just synchronized now back, but we did that manually. So what would be a better way to do the same thing? However, in a smarter way that we do not need to manage all those files every time we make a change. So let's grab the contents inside this style tag. Let's cut them, and we then cut. Are you okay? Is that no? It kind of cuts my face. Okay. In the other way. Too much. Okay, more to. Is he following me? Stop it before he follows me. Stop it. Okay, now no longer follows me. Position it, grazie, position it. Okay, the other way. Okay, the other way. Stop, that's it. Okay, yeah, it's better. Thank you. So, how do we deal with this? I'm going to create in this folder of ours with all those files. I'm going to create a new file, and this style will be how it looks.css. And I'm going to paste the contents of selecting all the anchor tags that have a class link bottom in the normal state and also in the hover state. And I've pasted all that code in here. Now, if we are to go back to what to read, right? And we are to save it. And now we are going back to start a web developer. You can see that the styling no longer applies because we removed it from over here and we added it into a separate file outside of the original place. So now, let's see, maybe if I put this one over here. Yeah, it's better. Let me switch back on YouTube to full coding. And as I removed it from over here, I want to somehow tell this file, this HTML file, look, the style that used to be here is no longer here, it's in another place. So in order for me to go and tell the HTML file to load the styling from another file, I will type a link tag of type CSS. And this one just pre-populated the relations type style sheet. So a relation attribute with the value style sheet and an href attribute with the value of style CSS. We do not have style CSS over here. So this file doesn't exist. We need to put the proper one. And the proper file is named how it looks CSS. So this is all I've added inside the head tag, although this link can be present in any other place of the browser, of the file. We'll learn more about it later. Let's just add it for the moment here. And as we save it, we can see that this file now receives back the styling because it has the class name. Right? As soon as we change this to something else, it no longer receives the styling because it's no longer the same class. If we revert it back to link bottom, it receives the styling. However, the styling is not present in this file. It's present in another file outside because we moved it in how it looks CSS. Cool. So this is how we moved the styling outside. However, only this file has a link that points to relation style sheet, that has an attribute relation style sheet, and it points to how it looks CSS. So now let's go to any name, can be a file name, and remove this style tag. Once we remove it, we save the file, we go back, we click on any file, we can see that we no longer receive the styling. Then we go back and we put the link, and now it receives the styling. Let's see what happens now with both pages when we go in how it looks and we change the background from light blue to light coral. So we've changed in this how it looks CSS file, inside it, we changed the background color from light blue to light coral. Now we can see that the original, let's say, link background, it's a light coral. Let's also change the color from black to white. And now we can see that almost. I think we need something else over here in order to satisfy that. Let's duplicate this line. Let's transform this space and curly brace into a comma. So now we've extended this selector into two selectors that receive the same styling. And over here, I just want to add a special state, maybe active or visited. Something it's active, visited. Active, link, last. Not sure exactly why right now if this one doesn't, because I just changed the border. That's me. Oh, Marian, green. That's the border. I did not change the color. The color is not even present here. Let's duplicate this color, move it up, and do this one white. Yes, now it does work. We don't need this thing here. I thought it was a different matter. So now I got, let's say, the button looking with that background, light coral, with this border color of green. Let's make this as 12 so you can see better. So border color of green, the background of light color, and the color of white. The text is white. Now, this only received the change just in this file, not in any other place. And we are in the anything file. Let's go back by clicking on the link and click on Start Already Developer. And now you can see that Start Already Developer also received the same changes. We only made changes in one CSS file, and both HTML files now reflect the same update for the styling of our button. Take me back. Okay, let's go back into this one. Let's remove that 12 pixels and just make it 2 because it looks quite odd. So now it looks a bit better. Maybe you can play a bit with the padding instead of just saying 0.5 rem, which is top, left, bottom, and right. If we are to inspect this button over here, okay, that's the button, and let's see, those are the elements. If we are to look into this side, the computed one, we can see this is the padding, and as we hover it, you can see some highlighting over here. Let me zoom in a bit this button so you can see what happens. See, when I highlight over the padding, we have padding 8 at the top, and if we are to increase the padding at the top, you can see that only the distance between the top of the text and the border increases if we just increase the padding at the top. If we are to increase the one on the right, it increases just the padding or decreases the padding on the right, right? Okay, so that happens the same on the bottom. See, we can have more spacing, we can reduce the spacing, and then if we are to go on the left side, so we can control each of the distance between the text and the border using padding, either as all of the padding should be the same value, or paddings can be controlled separately, either 2 by 2, 2 and 3 of them, or each of them. Let's have a look. Now, this one, if I'm to save it and refresh, this is back to the original one, which is 0.5 rem. 1 rem is 16 pixels. 0.5 rem is half of 1 rem. Therefore, it's half of 16 pixels, which makes 8. So now let's do 0.5 rem and then add a space and do 1 rem, 1 root em. That's rem, root em. So now we can see that we have 8 at the top, 16 pixels to the left, to the right, 16 to the left, and 8 to the bottom. Because right now, this is 8 pixels, this is 16 pixels. Let's save it. Now, refresh 816. If we are to make this maybe 20, that's 8 at the top and 20 to the left and to the right. So if we are to type a padding with a space between two values, the first value is received by the top and the bottom, and the second value is received by the left and the right. So now we can create a button that has more spacing to the left and more to the right, and it looks a bit nicer, I would say. Let me zoom out. This is our button so far, or at least our link type that takes us back. And now let's add the same for this file. So if we are to go and copy this link over here from over here and just paste it into cats instead of all this styling, and in the dog all the way up. Let's see now, take me back. Well, cat doesn't work. Not sure why. Because we didn't add any class, and that's link bottom. Okay, so now cat works, and that's cat. Let's see about dog. Dog doesn't have yet the class, so let's go into dog. We have the style here that loads. However, we don't have a class of link bottom. Now the dog should be loading as well. So now if we are to go in all those files, we can see that we can create buttons that look different, or links that look different. We can style them, the background, the border, the relation between the text and the edges. We can do a lot of more styling about this one. However, now we are sharing a common style across all those pages. And every single time now we need to make a change inside the style, it will be reflected globally throughout our page. Let's see if there are questions on YouTube or anywhere. Maria?
There's nothing. I don't see anything. Is it anything new?
Probably, I don't know. Let's continue then. So we've created this take me back button. Now let's see how else we can play with this. What do you think about adding some improvements over here, Maria? What would you change to make it different? To either this page or this page?
Where are you?
Come again?
In which pages? Because I was watching the lives, I didn't watch the code.
Just a second, quit this one. Let me share screen.
Okay, I'm here. Like I'm where you are, basically, in the same file.
So it was not about the code itself. We'll figure out the code later. It's about looking at the browser. And then that's text. No, I don't want text rectangle. Okay. So this is the area where the browser happens. What should we make changes to make improvements? So far, we got links that go from one place to another. We've styled some links and we shared the styling among them. And we got some links like W3 Schools, Mozilla Developers, Stack Overflow, CodeWars, places people can visit and become more aware about those technologies. What would you change to make it different in a way that you think it's better in any shape or way?
Maybe to make the text a bit bigger. Depends on the users as well, but yeah.
We can zoom it in like that for the moment. What else?
We can add some more like articles that then have this link below them, basically, like short a title and some description there, a subtitle actually, because we have a big title for the whole page.
Okay.
Already, so we can turn these links into like some sort of articles, basically.
Well, they are kind of, but the content is here, so we already have some content somehow in most pages. Well, there are some dogs, but I removed the styling. We can add content more into the pages themselves. So far we got a title, we got some links that point to different other pieces of content. What do you envision now in order to make it easier to access this content?
Turn it into a menu. I'm not sure what you want.
Well, I'm not sure either. That's why we talk about it, right? Because I'm not planning something. I'm talking to you so you can figure it out.
Yeah, I'm thinking it can be a menu and
Okay.
all the links be
So
displayed like vertically, basically in a row.
so if this becomes a menu, right? How would you want this menu? Vertical, horizontal, in a
Yeah,
different way? Hmm?
or horizontal.
No, okay. So our intention is to transform this vertical set of links into a horizontal menu, probably like this, more or less. Where does Hey Welcome uh, mm, remain? Is it in the same place and then the menu
Well,
is under it, or
I think because that's gonna turn like if we create that menu, that's gonna be some
okay,
sort of like navigation menu. So it should go at the top, and then we
okay.
should have the rest of the content.
So the menu goes here, and probably then the content goes probably here. That's your idea.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So let's see now. If we are to make changes, we should make changes into index.html, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So with that said, we got this h1, and then we wanted to create some kind of navigation, you said, right? And inside this navigation, we should move all those links. So let's just select everything, and using option up arrow, I just moved everything inside this navigation. Let's format it so it looks nicely, and I would say if we save it, it's more or less the same. However, now it's easier for us to think about how can we move this to the bottom of nav. So now we got our content at the bottom and the links at the top, right? Now we got this nav. However, we got a set of BRs that create some spacing between them. If we are to remove them, you can see that the links are one after the other, just like that, right? So now let's think a bit about it. We got nav, and inside it we got anchor tags, right? If we are to go to the CSS, we can select the nav tag like that, and we can select also the nav tag and add the space and say, well, select me all the anchor tags inside the nav tag, and we can add some styling. So which one do you want to do, Maria? The nav or the anchor inside? Or
I will do the nav.
okay, if you do the nav, I'll do the anchor. I'll do. We don't need a. What should I hide? Maybe. Okay, let's do a height. And I'll do it maybe 40 pixels. Okay. And it doesn't do anything. Let's add a border of 2 pixels, solid blue. Really doesn't do anything. How it looks CSS is not reflected in here. Maybe the index doesn't have a CSS. Yeah, it doesn't have a CSS, that's why. So the index doesn't have a link to load the CSS, which is how it looks. Yeah, so now you can see it. Okay, let's go back to this CSS. So add a border 2 pixels of blue. We can see that all the links received it. Okay, and now what else? Text decoration none. Now there is no more decoration. Okay. Why did you add the margin?
Yeah, I was thinking of something else. There's no need for the margin.
That's cool. And you got a gap of 1 rem.
Yeah.
Something is still not there.
I think
Okay,
it's
so body. I think it's body. Yeah. Let's do reset to the top. So let's select everything.
yeah. That's what I wanted to say.
And then box sizing border box. That fixed one of the issues. And then HTML and body. Let's select those 2 tags and do margin height 100%. And then just the body tag and do a margin of 0. And now if we look at it, everything is nicely done now. This body has by default a margin of 10 pixels, and if you don't use that, reset, then your content is going to, if you look at this, let's say highlighting as yellow or orange, that happens because the body has a margin of 10 pixels. And you can also see it in here, well, actually in the computed. Just a second. Maybe some control minus. Okay, so you can see also in the computed, well, of 8 pixels, not 10, but anyway, the body has by default a margin. And if we reset it to 0, then you can see that the border has no longer a margin, 0 is nothing, and now everything starts from the top corner here. Cool, so you got this kind of menu at the top. When you click on it, it goes to other pages, right? And you can go back to the same page, and we got some kind of menu. Now, Maria, I'm gonna continue styling that menu. Can you reduce the, let's say, the number of words inside the anchor tags, not for the title, but for the content of the anchor tag? Maybe try to describe that file in 1 or 2 words, because we have a lot of words over here, and that's not how usually links are present inside the menu. So think of something that describes that file, and then choose 1 or 2 words to make the, let's say, the label part or the text part of the anchor tag. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Cool. And I'm going to work on this one over here. So she added a gap over there. Now, what else should I add? Maybe some padding to this link from the nav. Padding of 0.25 and rem. Got 1/4 of 16 pixels, that's about 4 pixels, and 0.5 rem. And now I can see that there's some spacing between the text and the edges of the button. Okay, over here it's only one space. Okay. Now this is how it looks so far. Let's go back to and inspect this nav. Let's see how long the nav is. So nav is almost all the way with 100%. And then flex grow 1. Okay. Then those links, let's do a display flex as well. And then align, justify content center. And then probably align items center as well. Yay. And we got now the labels being centered vertically and horizontally inside this button. That looks like a button. Maybe for this, let's do a padding of 0.5 rem. And now you can see that there is some difference between them. This is light sky blue. Let's duplicate this background color and just do something like light sky, something else. Green probably. And now you can see that our nav is behind with light sky blue. All the links have now this kind of green. They pop up from the background a bit better. Probably we can add a border radius as well here, border radius. Probably if, let's do 8 pixels or 0.5 rem. And now it looks just a bit better over here. Let's also do a hover for this nav. So I'll duplicate this, press enter there, do hover. And then I don't need those contents at all. I just need to hover a BGC, background color of dark something, dark magenta, and then color of white. Okay, so now when you hover over them, it does an abrupt transition. If we are to go to this and do transition, 250 milliseconds, now you can see that the hover is a bit nicer. So now I got a menu that appears at the top of the page, and every page has a back button that takes you back to the original page. So we got some simple website that works to a certain degree, I would say, out of nothing, using very basic knowledge of CSS and HTML. Definitely we'll learn more about all those ones, how it looks like. However, judging by the amount of code that we've written and the fact that we've just generated very quickly some random HTML pages that could be considered the content of a website, that's quite something, I would say. Now, what do we see? Every time we click on this menu, we go away to a different page, and this page does not have the menu. So what could we do about it? If we go back to index.html and we can look at this nav over here, see, we got this code that produces the menu. If we are to remove this code, the menu is no longer going to be present there. So as we remove it, we only got the H1. The page is quite simple. As we add the menu, we get a menu on top of H1, and this menu allows us to go to different pages. Now, if we go to Start a Web Developer, we can see that there is no menu, right? So what we could do is go to what to read more, and at the top, probably on top of H1, just do the same, paste that entire menu here. Now we can see that if we go back, we have a page with a menu, and if you go on cat, we don't have it. If you go on dogs, we don't have it. If you go on random, we don't have it. But if you go on Start a Web Developer, we still have the menu at the top because we just pasted it in here, right? Cool. Let's have some fun. So, take me back, Start a Web Developer. Take me back, Start a Web Developer. Suddenly, it kind of looks a bit better, right? Everything is no longer as a beginner, I would say, look like. This now looks better when you click on one page and you click on another, and it reacts more or less to what we are used to when navigating through web pages. Now, if we are to make one change into the menu, let's say we no longer need maybe random. Okay, so we want to remove random, or at least make it no longer available on the screen. So instead of removing it, I'm just going to comment it out. So now if you look into the page, what to read in your free time, you can see that the menu only has 3 of them. But if I go back, this menu from the index has 4 of them, because we did not go into the index and we did not comment out random. If we comment random in the index, we can also see only 3 of them. If we are to undo that and save it, we get back random. If we comment it, random goes away. So this is similar to the CSS issue that we had earlier, which means the more files we have, and one single change can require a lot of time out of us in terms of dealing with that update in the entire website. Think about, you have a website with 100 pages and you want to make a change, and this structure is implemented. It would be quite a nightmare for you to go in each of the 100 HTML pages and copy paste something, or at least make the same change in every single file. So in order for us to not waste any more time on this issue, let's see a way to fix it. A way to fix it in a way that we got the menu at the top, and we can load all the other pages once we click on them, and we still get that menu at the top no matter on which page you are. So if you're on the home page or any other page, you get the menu repeated on all pages. However, whenever you make a change to the menu, it should reflect in all of them. So let's see how we can achieve this. Param-pam-pam. I would say, Maria, that we keep this area from the top in the index file. See this one at the top here? We keep that in the index file, and then we move, or somehow we load maybe in an iframe. So maybe we replace in the index file this area with an iframe, and then we try to load the content inside this iframe from other files. What do you think?
Yeah, it's okay.
Cool. So now let's see. What have we done so far is that we have this nav over here, and if we are to go, we also have a nav because we copy pasted it into what to read in your free time. And now it's this code is present in two places, here and here, and we need to manage it into places. However, this is not what we want, so let's remove this. And if you go back to what to read, we can see that the menu disappeared. It's back at almost its original state. And we go back to the home page where the menu is still present because it used to be in two places. Now, because we removed one of them from one of the places, it only remains in the index file. So in this index file, I want to keep this navigation over here. However, I want to make a change to this h1 tag. So I'll cut this h1 tag. I'll create a new file and name it welcome.html. And I'll paste this h1, which says welcome, inside the welcome HTML file. So far we got multiple other files. Just a second. Yeah. Okay. So those are the files that we have. Any name can be a file name, cat, dog, how it looks, CSS, index, a readme, welcome, and what to do in your free time. This is what we've created so far. It's a new project. Let's see. So in this index, I want now to type here iframe, an iframe tag. So this iframe tag allows us to load inside itself a different page. It's like having a browser inside the browser. So if you think that this page is, let's say, what the browser renders, inside this page you can load, let's say, another page like this one, or a local page or an external page. It allows you to load pages as long as those pages also you have permissions from them to load them. So it is possible as long as you have permission. So now instead of src being empty here, I want to point to welcome. And if I save it right now, just as it is right now, we can see that, hey, welcome, loaded here. Although we no longer have the welcome message inside the index file, we can see it being present when we visit the index file, as by default, this iframe is saying load inside my area, inside where I am, load this welcome and render it. So as soon as we change the welcome, you can see that it changes over here as well. Although we change the content inside the welcome file, we can see it being reflected inside the index because the index through the iframe tag loads the welcome HTML file. Now, as soon as you kind of understand where this, let's say, is going, I'm going to introduce you to another attribute, which is the name attribute. And I'm going to give it a name, and the name would be the name, just a second. Maria, move your cursor. Who's following me here? Okay, thank you. So I'll give it a name in the iframe of load smart and funny stuff here. So you can understand that this is quite a custom name. You can literally write anything. So this is what I wrote. I have an iframe with an attribute name with the value load smart and funny stuff here. Then I have an attribute src with the value welcome.html, and I have a frame border with the value of 0, and this is my iframe tag. Yay. Now I added the name load smart and funny stuff here, and now what I want to do is go back to the first, the second, and the third, and probably this one as well. Let's add the random back in. So now I have 4 links. I want to go inside each and every one of those links and deal with, just a second. What? This looks so ugly. Okay, almost. Yeah, it looks better now. And add the target. And we remember target because we use it with blank before, right? And if we are to click on the cat page now, because it has target blank, we know that it will open a new tab with that page, right? So it opened a new tab. But that's not our intention. Our intention is to load that page instead of hi welcome or hey welcome. So instead of target blank, we are going to just give it the value as the name that we used for the iframe. So as long as the name has the same value as this target, this link and this iframe will have a special connection. And let's see what happens when we have the target with the value the same as the name from the iframe. They have the same value. So as we click on the cat page, you can see that now the cat has been loaded inside this one. Let's do the same for the other link tags. So if we are to move this one over here, the target, we just duplicated and moved it. We duplicate it again and we move it down. So we don't end up writing it multiple times. We duplicate it and we move it down. So that's a quick way to duplicate it in all those scenarios. And now when you click on cat page, dogs playground, random, and start a web developer, we can see that it loads content inside it. However, look what happens here. So something is happening, right? Because the content somehow it's inside this iframe, but this iframe has its own stuff. So, cool. Let's do frame border 10 here. And we can see now some borders being rendered around the iframe. And now you can understand that content is loaded inside that small box and you cannot see outside of that small box, right? We do have some more content in here. We need to scroll to see it. How can we solve this so far? So if I'm going to this iframe and I'm going to add a width of 100%, we can see now the border has increased. If you click on this one, you can see that more content flows to the left and to the right as it fits. However, we still have a border at the bottom, but it looks a bit better than before, right? So now let's add a height with the value of 100%. And then now the border has moved all the way to the bottom. And if you are to click inside this one, we can see the website working and the menu is reacting to it. It's loading exactly what we want. And it's only managed from one place. Why do I say that? Because if we are to take out random again, just like we did earlier, and let's comment it out. Now I only have 3 buttons. As I click through the pages, the entire menu is the same across all the pages. We no longer have 3 buttons and 4 buttons and 3 buttons and 4 buttons. We have everywhere 3 buttons every time we make a change. If we are to put this link back, we have 4 buttons across the entire website. So this would be a very quick way to create simple websites for beginners, for them to understand how links relate to each other, how we can point from one file to another, and how you can quickly create using iframes and the target and the name attribute, the name attribute of the iframe and the target attribute of the anchor tag, to link them together and tell the browser to behave like a single page application. Now there are some pros and cons for this specific, let's say, strategy, I would say, technology. Iframes are good. However, iframes can be also expensive in terms of the memory that it requires inside the browser to render it. So they are not very efficient whenever you want to load lots and lots of iframes. Your browser will struggle because it practically opens a new browser, and there are 2 browsers inside the same page dealing with one page being rendered. So there are more resources allocated in order to deal with iframes. It's a good technique for different scripts. It's quite common to use iframes, but not in this specific scenario that I used it for. The reason behind it is that search engines don't really like this technique. So as long as you build websites that need to be friendly for search engine optimization, this would be the drawback of this, let's say, strategy. So in the future, we'll explore, or maybe later we'll explore on how to obtain a website that works just like this one. It is easy to be managed, so you can quickly build it, quickly maintain it, and quickly add new features without having to manage hundreds and hundreds of files, without having to repeat yourself, and also be search engine friendly. And we'll discover more about how to write almost the same project in a different way. However, it might look like a cleaner way. It's a cleaner way to write code. It's a quicker way to write code. Exactly the same code, exactly the same output, or even more evolved one. However, in a way that you can manage it today, tomorrow, 3 months later, 1 year later. Others can contribute on the same project, so you can work with one or more people in the same team. Let's discover more about how to create simple websites, medium websites, more advanced websites, based on the same principle that we've learned right now. We kind of structure data in a way that we can access what we want, either using different menu navigation systems, different links, different other smarter interfaces that present our data in a journey that we can follow in order to, let's say, get to meet a company better, get to meet a product better through the presentation and the website that they built for us. We can find out about what we need, or what we want to read, or what we want to discover. Yay! Maria, are you okay?
Yeah. Why? You okay?
Because we get to that point where I have to remind some people like you and Yulia to be more communicative.
Yeah, well, sometimes you talk much, so
Yeah,
there's nothing for me to say.
it goes both ways. Sometimes I talk too much, and sometimes you talk less. So let's do something. Maybe you can make some extra effort to talk more, and I could pay attention and let other people talk as well. What do you think about our current project so far? How does it look to you, and what would you suggest to go forward, or how do you think? What do you think about somebody who starts from scratch? Could look at it. What they should focus on? What do you think, as you started? What do you think should it's important for you to pay attention to when building websites like this? Because it's a lot of information so far related to tags, how they start, how they end, that they have some content, and then they have some attributes and values, and basically we kind of repeat this here and there. However, it adds up. It looks like a lot of mess for somebody. What do you think are the most important, let's say, things to consider when building this in order not to get confused too much?
Well, I think having a structure and not necessarily knowing what you have to do, but at least having an idea and planning a bit
Okay.
before is good.
Okay.
And then as a beginner, I think this was like quite easy to understand because there are not that many tags that are being used. Also, most of them are like used on a daily basis, more or less.
Well,
So
for
it's good to
somebody
start
that uses them, but for somebody who sees them for the first time,
well, yeah.
let's see some recommendations. So maybe you meet a project like this, a simple project like this, or a more complex one. I would say you want to pay some attention of how people name their files. If you want to continue on the same step, try to figure out patterns between them. As far as I can see, some patterns that repeat over here are that all file names are, let's say, named using lowercase, so they don't have upper letters or uppercase letters. They also do not have any spaces, or there's an exception. This README file has like uppercase letters. We can talk about that exception later on. It's not needed. It's only intended to be like that because GitHub likes to read README files, and this is the name of the file GitHub will look at. If this one doesn't exist, it's not going to do something. If this does exist, it's going to do something. So the reason for this file being named exactly like this is for GitHub or similar platforms like GitHub, where you host your project structure and project files. Cool. So that would be something that I've noticed. So far, for a beginner, I also see that some of them are colored differently. Some have U's, M's, and so on. We can talk more about those ones later on, but those ones would be updated or modified, something like this. So, or new files, some are new files, some are old files, some are changed. It indicates the state that file is in, and this is only for Git, I would say, the coloring related to. Now, when you look at HTML, the HTML that we wrote, some of them have this wrapper with head body, some of them don't have a wrapper with head body. Now, wherever you didn't see a wrapper with head body for an HTML file, it's just because we wanted to be quick today. Every single file to be valid, HTML should have at least an HTML tag, a head, a body, a title tag. This is the minimum required for an HTML to be valid. So HTML tag, head, title, and then body. It will be kind of an empty HTML file, not quite empty because it does have a title. It does have a head. So it identifies the minimum that HTML file. However, this is the minimum required for an HTML to be valid. So official size CH. I don't know, somebody was inviting me, but last time I got that girl that was doing makeup and it blew me off. So I'm not going to accept invites on TikTok anymore for the moment until I figure out how to turn them off quickly if needed. Somebody was inviting me on TikTok, by the way. Salut Vasile Mocanu, salut Mr. Specimen. Mr. Specimen, the stream is on YouTube right now. You can watch it on YouTube, and on Facebook not yet. We might do Facebook as well. However, the stream is only present on TikTok, like you're seeing it right now, and full on YouTube with full screen on YouTube, like a normal desktop experience. So if you want to see the code better, you can do it on YouTube. Salut Sylvie Mark. If you have any questions, do ask them either in the chat on YouTube or on the chat in TikTok. By the way, Maria, I still did not find a way to flip the screen in TikTok while I do the live. I still did not find a way to flip the screen.
Yeah, try to look for it again.
Because I follow the steps that most people are saying, and like I couldn't find it in settings. Because I got comment, I got gift, I got treasure box, support non-profit, pause live. I do not want to pause live, and settings. And into settings, I should have find the flip one that it's not in settings. I do not see any flip. I see block accounts, mute accounts, rankings, moderators, and comment settings. And yeah, I do not have a flip button somehow, which sucks. Because there is one. Hey Tamara. Salut Dark Profile. Hello Dark Profile. So, what do you think, Maria? Should we do for this one? Maybe play with it some more or go straight into Pug or something similar?
Well, I don't know. I wanted to take a break to eat something to eat.
Yeah, that's okay. Just saying, like for after this.
Could continue to. Depends what we want. We can have some more content, so that is not just some navigation there.
We could also start with something that is more active. I'll say we could start with maybe like a clone. We can pick a website and then create a plan for it, and then be more active in terms of actually building stuff much quicker. And we do explain it. However, let's see if we can get some action happening, because so far we started from scratch and we've figured out that, well, with basic stuff, you can definitely build very quickly a website as long as you know the right way to do it. We did not use many files. We did not use many technologies. We just used almost the bare minimum, and we got a website working, a very basic website working. This is not search engine friendly, so to fix it, we might work on it with Pug and SAS very quickly. So, Mariana Zbula, have you checked the email? Yulia is checking the emails as we speak. There are a lot of emails to check. My idea was to get in touch with, let's say, 20, 30, 40, 50 people. And I think there were only 50 in the morning yesterday. So by now there are like at least 200 or 300 requests, and Yulia is going through them as we speak from yesterday. She's been going day and night and trying to get in touch with all of you. So for that, I've started the live because I will not have time to meet with 200 people in a very short amount of time. So I started the live to give a basic introduction, and then we jump directly into smaller projects that are quite nice to work at. And as people see what we do and figure out what they're about to do with or without knowledge, let's see what happens. So far, we are here. Over 200 requests of people that want to have a chat with me on how they can start from zero, and there is no time to talk with everyone. So I'll be live. I'll talk to how many I can on one-to-one. I'll also be live to talk to as many as you can see me working on this. So let's see where it goes. Break in 5-10 minutes. We start working on something more interesting, similar to this one. However, I would say we'll bump up a bit the technologies to something more cleaner and easier to use. This is basic. However, it doesn't take you far. It only takes you not too far away, I would say. 10 minutes break. If you have questions, I'm going to follow them on TikTok, and I can answer all the questions in those 10 minutes breaks. However, if not, let's just wait and get back to coding in about 10-15 minutes. Hello, Costi Jerry. I'm back. Now let's see. It's not bad anyway. It's only one light. Let's go. So we got this project. Let's make the commits. Okay, add all the changes. Then commit it, update it. And now all the changes that I have done on this project that runs locally are present in here in the list of funny pets that we started with. We started to discover how we can express ourselves with HTML. Then we created some kind of web page out of it, website that runs very basically. And you can find all those files in here. And if you are to look in all those files, we can see what we wrote in all and every single one of them. You can see the entire contents, just as I think I went to this one twice. See, all the contents that we've done with the links, with the class to link button. And then inside we imported the external CSS for all the files. And then we wrote a menu over here that points us to different resources where we can find more about HTML and play around. So this would be something you can think of that you could encounter as a starter web developer. Examples like this, or a bit more interesting. But this would be an example of a starter project for an HTML, let's say, introduction with minimal links, link types, with minimal tag types. We use unordered lists to create a list. We use list items to provide those bullets. And inside those bullets, we use anchor tags that are pointing to different resources. Some of them open in new pages, some of them open in the same page, like they're here. And some of them take you back to the other page. So this would be an example. Now let's see what we can build in a similar fashion, in a different way, more manageable product, I would say. Cool. So let's go back to, let's keep this open if there are questions. Salutare din nou, salutare Alin, salutare Dragoș, încă sunt aici, salutare Vasile. Mihai, am 17 ani, pot să fac parte. Dacă ești capabil să lucrezi legal în Anglia, poți să faci parte. Cine poate să lucreze legal în Anglia, poate să facă parte din echipa mea. Dacă nu, poți să ne urmărești pe YouTube până când poți să devii legal și ai actele să lucrezi în Anglia sau într-o țară care plătește probabil atât de bine încât să fii mulțumit. Bun. Okay, now let's get back to English and let's switch to a different way of building projects, which is similar to the one that we've done earlier. And by the way, if you want to find more about some of the successes that we already had, visit wowdope.com and you can find more about some of the people that we managed to help coming from different parts of the world. Just a few of them had previous experience. Most of them, more than 90%, have zero experience before they started. They became web developers, junior web developers, they evolved to mid, they evolved to senior, and this is what we do. The entire journey from zero to as high as possible in your career. So I will go back to github.com. I'll go to the WowDope organization, repositories, new repository. And if nobody is here now, like Maria or Julia, anybody? Let's see. Is Julia dealing with the emails? I'm alone here, so Julia might be dealing with emails. Cool. Let's see if we can vote for a clone. If you think of a website that you're using, for example, youtube.com, for example, facebook.com, tiktok.com, or maybe, I don't know, amazon.com, a website that is your favorite website, just vote it either on the YouTube live or on TikTok, your favorite website. And the one that is voted the most, we look into it and we plan how to make at least one interface of that website. So think about your favorite website, youtube.com, can be any website. My favorite one is youtube.com, definitely. Or newly, I would not say my favorite website, but one of my favorite apps is also TikTok. So if you want to vote tiktok.com, well, we can replicate that as well. It doesn't really matter. Vote your favorite website. As soon as we see more of the same favorite websites, we'll declare a winner and we'll start building that one. So let's see. What is your favorite website? I'll browse over here. It could be youtube.com. So we can build a website that has a logo at the top, has a menu on the left, one at the top over here as well. This is some extra. This is from a tool I'm using. So probably if we are to build YouTube, not this tool, then probably we'll have some content that can be scrollable. So we can build this as youtube.com. Let's see what else. Amazon.com. What else? TikTok. Yeah, we can build the profile of TikTok. We can do a lot of stuff. And by the way, whoever is watching right now, I know there is a backlog of emails to answer. I'll catch up with Julia after this live finishes. I'll see what needs to be done, and I'll join in and I'll answer each and every one of them this night. I'm gonna make sure that I go through as many as possible. I'm not entirely sure how many there are, but I'll go through as many as possible and answer each and every one of them. I might be working on a presentation instead of me having to meet with probably, I don't know, 100 to 100 people. I might make a presentation from start to bottom about how you can figure out if this is the right way for you, how you can assess this opportunity, what offers do we have, the free ones and the paid ones, and which one fits better for you. So I might create a presentation for tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, because otherwise I do not see how I can meet 200, 300, 400 people and talk to each and every one of them to see if they fit or not. It's overwhelming. It's nice. However, we'll figure it out. We always do. So, vote your website. Remus, mă interesează și pe mine. Mă bucur, Remus. Sper că mai ești online. Văd că sunt 5 online pe TikTok și pe YouTube nu știu exact câți. Gândiți-vă la un website pe care să-l reconstruim. youtube.com, facebook.com, tiktok.com. Nu tot, dar începem cu o interfață și vedem cum se creează ceva în fața noastră din nimic. Din nimic începe și apare câte ceva care apare cât mai similar cu YouTube. Hai să vedem. Votați orice website vă place vouă. Dacă aveți un website care vă place, doar spuneți acolo. YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, eu știu, ce vreți voi. Hai să vedem. Cine votează primul? Așa, sunt 6 pe YouTube și 5 pe TikTok. Cineva trebuie să voteze. Hai, cine are curaj? Chiar dacă e puțin cu delay, cam vorbesc deja de un minut despre asta, cred că ați prins mesajul și dacă e cu delay, ați prins despre ce e vorba. Uite, eu o să votez aici deja. O să zic votez YouTube. So I vote YouTube. If you're English, vote your favorite website. I vote YouTube. I'm going to start building something for YouTube unless anybody else says something else. So I'll also chat on TikTok. Comment. I vote YouTube. Who, not YouTube, YouTube. Who wants to vote something else? Hello, Lavinian. Andrada. So, who wants to vote a website that we want to rebuild? If nobody wants to vote anything, I'll just go for YouTube because I voted. Anything else? I'll give you one more minute while I'll leave the voting open until I start setting up a project and we are ready to go. How about that? We start setting up a project, and as we get ready to go, 9gag. I don't know what 9gag is, but I'll find out now. Maybe it's a nice one. Go fund the world. What? It says fun and I don't know about it. Thank you. I hope it's fun. What's this site about? 9gag. Okay, videos. or pictures. Can't see. Okay. So is this something like an alternative to TikTok? Can you describe what you do on this website? But we can definitely try to rebuild this one. I see there are some ads. I hope the ads are not from skip ad. I'm not sure. There are a lot of ads. I'm not gonna replicate the ads. I'm gonna replicate the website. If we start to build this one, 9gag, let me zoom out a bit to see if it changes. So yeah, it does have like a desktop version. Then it has like a tablet version. And not sure if it has like a mobile version, but we'll see. Command 0, Command Shift I. So now let's move this to the right side. Let's make this bigger, full screen. And now let's activate the mobile. Let's refresh. And yes, it does have some kind of mobile. It has an app. It reminds you about the app. Continue. And yes, it does have a mobile interface. So we can do mobile. Probably we can do tablet. Let's see. iPad Air. Okay, this would be how it looks on a tablet. And probably if we disable this and close it, this is the desktop version, or could be. Really? Okay, this is the desktop version. It has this 9gag here. Let's see, any more votes. So it's YouTube and 9gag. Let's see. Ok, de ce poți să faci să ajungi la... Deci ce poți să faci să ajungi la ce ai ajuns tu? Întrebare, deci ce poți să faci ce poți să faci să ajungi la ce ai ajuns tu? The question is a bit not incomplete. Not sure exactly where. Are you referring to the project that we just started earlier, or are you referring to probably my type of work or my career? Can you add to the question, Adrian Ionuț? And I'll double check YouTube to see if there are any more votes. Where is YouTube now? Okay. Okay, so 9gag, Vasile votes YouTube, Alin votes the grandfather. Is that a website, the grandfather? Let's see. Okay, that's IMDb. I know about the movie The Grandfather. I was more like not sure if it's the website or not. It looks like a movie. So not sure if The Grandfather is a website or just random, but if there is a website, be more specific a bit. I'll double check YouTube to see any more votes. Creative Monkeys. Creative Monkeys are quite fun. Are the ones with robots, right? Creative Monkeys, yeah. That sounds like something that could be of a more challenge, I would say. Creativemonkeys.com. Okay. Let's see. This is kind of how the website looks. If we scroll, no. We must click somewhere. Despre cursuri, shop, cursuri despre. Okay, so if we click on despre, we can see some info here. Cursuri. So those are the courses. Do it. Free to the max. Inițiere, sold out. Okay, galerie photo. I've got a slider here. Then we got contact, a map. Actually, that jumps to the contact. That's weird. That shouldn't happen like that. But anyway, we can make improvements if we want to. In the photo gallery, if you click on it, it just opens like that, and then you have like a double navigation. What? That's messed up. Come on, Creative Monkeys, you could do better. At least if we are to vote for Creative Monkeys, I think it's a good contender, and 9gag as well. So it's like 9gag and Creative Monkeys. So far from those two, I would say 9gag is more simpler, more like I would say office-like. It looks like this. See it? It just has basic styling, I would say. You can achieve all this layout quite quickly. It doesn't have too many colors. And they kind of repeat somehow in a way that are easy to reproduce. Over here, it's not a lot of work to be done either. So this one is simpler. However, it's more. I would say this has a look of a more modern website. So I would say this looks a lot cooler than 9gag, in my opinion. But both of them are good contenders for first websites. So let's see. We got 2 YouTubes. I'm willing to drop or change my vote to either 9gag or Creative Monkeys. Let's see if there are any more votes. No, you ask if 9gag is like TikTok. Have a clone of it. Okay. No, you ask if 9gag is like TikTok. That's cool. So anyway, we got 9gag anyway. We got Creative Monkeys and we got YouTube. Let's see, anybody that wants to change their vote to YouTube, anybody that wants to change their vote from YouTube to 9gag or to Creative Monkeys. Let's see if on TikTok we have anything. Okay, so the project that I started earlier, another one that I'm about to start now, somebody rephrased the question on TikTok. So the project that I started is present on github.com on the wowdop. So github.com/wowdop. This is the link at the top here. I'll probably paste it somewhere, but it's github.com/wowdop. So over there, you go on repositories, as you can see over here. So you go on repositories and you can find list of funny pets. So it's github.com, then it's wowdop, the organization, and list of funny pets. It's a public project, and you can see the 3 commits that we've made. In the first commit, we just made this file with a readme file. That was our first save. Then we made more changes and more files. And this would be the 3 files that we made, the cat, the dog, and index. And then after we made those files, we added even more files in the third change. Just a second. Let's go back. In the third change, on top of all on top of the first 2 changes came the third change. And over here, we added more files. We did more changes to them. And then we created that navigation system that allowed us to click on links and load the contents of the file directly inside the browser. So you got all the changes and every single bit of code and every single space and every single, the entire source code, it's present over here. Now, if you want to go on YouTube, you should see at some point, I'm not entirely sure, this is how I'll do it. I'll go and search for Join Wowdop. If you're not subscribed, please do so. So you can receive the updates once we start publishing more contents. And from Monday, I have 2 or 3 interviews. But from Monday, after I finish with the interviews, I will make a decision on which offer I do take and go forward. So far, I got 2 job offers, and I'm gonna see what else comes out next week as well. The next week might be the time that I will stop, or I might be start looking for a very, very other specific type of project or offer that is even more, let's say, juicy to me, not the ones that I have today. I'll see. I might stop looking. I might continue looking. However, I had a few discussions with a few of my members, and it's an odd situation. So Razvan is also looking for a new job. It's not like he's out of a job. He's looking for a new one. Carol is looking for a new one. He is out of a job now because the project finished. They did some restructuring and he got out of his contract. Now he's looking for a new one. I think there are some offers happening soon from the other members as well. Then Maria is looking. Then Razvan also told me that his girlfriend is also looking. So it's like for about 5 of us that are 5 to 6 that are currently looking. Some of us already got some offers and some of us are currently looking. So I'm going to keep you updated every single day. If somebody sees an offer or 2 offers or anything, I'm going to keep you updated to see what current members are doing actually, because this happens on a daily basis to us. It's just, if you're new, you didn't know it happens, but we have been doing this for many, many years and we continue doing it. So I'm going to keep you updated. However, if you want to go and visit the wowdop, let's say, YouTube website, you should see the live somewhere here in the video. See, at some point I had the live with Maria here. So as soon as we finish the live, it became, let's say, present and public, so you can scroll through it. However, the live shows are, I'm going to tell you from the start, if you're not in the live show, it's quite difficult to browse through hours and hours, unless you're good at browsing and figuring out where things happen. So the live show is, it's quite good to be live and ask your questions, and after it, it's quite tedious to search through it. We'll do our best to see if we can extract some content. However, starting from the 1st of August, we'll start our new teams. And once we start with them, we'll create content that is more contracted, that is easier to follow. I'm going to give you an example of content that I'm planning to do. It's called fast track. I'm going to do two types of content. One is called fast track, and one is called step by step by step. It has three steps in it. It's step by step by step, because it's actually a very, very detailed one. Click here. Why do you click here? What to expect? So it's a very detailed. It's like you get inside my mind and you figure out how web developer thinks about solving problems. So you can get like, you can look over my shoulder and practically see how I do everything every single day. So that's a very detailed type of content that I'm going to create. That's going to be, let's say, a part of it is going to be public on YouTube, and a part of it is going to only be accessible to members of our community. And then I'm going to create fast track ones. The fast track ones should be mostly present public, and some of them will only be also available inside our community for members that are active. However, for the fast track ones, let's see if we have an example here, because I might have an example and I'm not sure exactly. I think this one is an example of the fast track one. See, I'm talking through it. I'm not going to play the sound. However, I'm talking through how I start. So, just a second. So this is a project that finishes in 15 minutes, from idea to delivery. And it's more than just HTML, it's CSS as well, it's some styling, it's some advanced positioning, it's using React, it's using Next.js, it's using style components. So it's not necessarily a beginner, I would say it's a medium to advanced project. It doesn't do much, but however, it's using techniques that are present in medium to advanced projects. So if you look through this one, you can see that at some point, I go and make pictures on the balcony. This is how I started. Then I take those pictures, I create a new project, I put those pictures in, and then I start resizing them using Photoshop. I start exporting them at some point, I create those styles. See, I'm using Photoshop, I'm renaming files. So it's the entire step by step, but it's quite quick. That's why it's called fast track. Because as you look at it, I'm not gonna stop and explain too much. I'm gonna explain my intentions, but not exactly my technique. I'm gonna just go very, very quickly through it, so you can get the best out of it for people that know how to understand and how to read code and know what I'm doing there. They are just coming for the technique, for something new, for something fresh to put in their projects. This is the fast track one. In just a few minutes, you get almost an entire project of value. Now, the step-by-step one will be lots of lessons, and every single bit of whatever you do will be treated in a separate lesson in a very great detail, step by step by step. So this is something I'm planning to do starting with the 1st of August with the first team. With the first team, we are going to work with them. We're going to work on projects. We're going to build those projects together. And once we share the knowledge and the how and the whys and the how-tos of how to build a certain project like that, we'll work with them in particular so they can build their own projects, 1 or 2 or 3 or 5 of them, based on the same technique. As soon as they get confident with this one, we start a new project. We present it, we present the power of it, we present the challenges, we present the outcomes, the pros and the cons, how to present it to a client, and then we work with each and one of them in their teams so they can work on their own products based on the same technology and understand what power comes with HTML and CSS and how we can make them dynamic with JavaScript. So this is what we are going to be working at. If you want to follow us, you can see all the lives on YouTube. Definitely, they'll be saved and will be made available public, and also courses like Fast Track or Step by Step. Fast Track will be mostly public, step by step. All the beginner ones, 100% of the starter and beginner ones will be public, and some of the other ones will also be public. However, the step by step requires so much work to do, and so many people are involved into this one, and somehow we get to have the boat floating. So in order to do that, we need to survive. So some of the content is paid, but that one is only for advanced projects or medium projects that are step by step by step by step. You'll get enough to definitely manage to get to become a freelancer, manage to get your own clients and so on. But if you really need help with getting hired and getting high projects and clients that pay really well for a lot of value that we're about to offer them, then you should join our team and work on projects exactly like inside the company. So whenever you feel like that you're ready, for you, it will be a change of address because you're going to be doing everything a web developer does in a company and better. Yeah, so that's how you do with the project. Let's see if there are any more questions. Otherwise, I'm gonna jump into creating a new project. That was the answer for Adrian Ionuț. What code editor is that? That code editor is called Visual Studio Code. Visual Studio Code. This is the one with the icon. You click on it, you get to a page like this, and then you download the one that is specific to your operating system. If it's a Mac, a Linux, or a Windows, you can download it from this website. So it's Visual Studio Code. That's the name of the program I'm using. Looking for a job for a year now. Yeah, I've encountered a lot of people, even people that were web developers. They got somehow out of a job, either fired or the project closed or the COVID hit the company and the entire thing closed. And they were looking for 3 months, for 6 months, for 9 months, and they couldn't get a job. So if you are good with front-end web development, but you cannot get a job, it means you are not connecting with the clients at the same level. So you need to work on defining the strategy on how you want to attack on the market. Let's say in terms of you want to be a full stack, you want to be a front-end developer, you want to be a back-end developer. If you want to be a front-end developer, this is where we can help the most. As a front-end developer or any variation, front-end engineer, front UI developer, web developer, whatever you name it, as long as it deals with the front-end HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, that's where we can help you the most and also get you the job that you want and also progress further. So yeah, let's see. Thank you, grazie. I have a degree in computer science, looking for a job here now. Yeah, it helps you if you have a degree in computer science because it means you're not afraid of anything in terms of computers, right? You can open any program and probably figure it out by yourself. However, guided on the right path, you can definitely understand it quite quicker. You can definitely start to use it and start creating value as quickly as possible. So it helps. I've encountered people that didn't know exactly how to right click, and that would only slow them down, I would say. So they would achieve greatness, but a lot slower because they are missing a lot of value that they could already have in terms of maybe they have played games, maybe they have organized communities, maybe they have joined chats like voice chats, video chats to organize a party, kill a monster, something like that. Then those ones will have a lot of skills. All the game players can become coders like in a snap. They snap their finger, they become coders, like web developers, any type of other coders. People that are not afraid of right click, left click, for creating files, reading stuff, figuring out, asking questions, those type of people are very, very quick to get hired. So if you have a degree in computer science, I think you are one of those people who are not afraid of computers. What advice do you have for someone job searching with a degree in CS? I don't know what CS means. Computer science. Yeah. Again, you need to become more specific because computer science, I'm pretty sure it's a wide range, right? So what are you going to be focused on? Do you want to become probably a project manager? Do you want to become a front-end developer, a back-end developer, probably a tester, or what do you want to do? A data scientist? There are so many jobs you can do. You need to figure out which one you want to do. We can only, and at the current moment, we are only dealing with front-end related, front-end development. But if you want to do a different job, you have to find people that are in the same job, people that are juniors. For example, if you want to become a data scientist, go and search for all the junior data scientists present on LinkedIn. Look at their profile, see what they have done, see what you already have and what you're missing. Then look at all the mid and let's say experts, also be before senior. See again what skill set they have, what companies they have been through, what were the requirements to join those companies, and figure out again what you have or what's your journey to become a person in the same position as any other mid or expert as a data scientist, as a web developer. Then also do a research on 10, 15, 20 profiles as senior for anything. And then you can figure out the journey from junior to mid to senior, because if others do it, you can do it too. So that's an advice I would say for somebody who still needs to figure out. But the best advice I would say is don't become a generalist, become a specialist. Specialists are more likely to be successful than generalists, because generalists are good at everything but not very, very good at anything. While specialists, they do not target a wide audience. However, the audience that they target, they always win against a generalist. Because if somebody needs a specialist to fix a specific problem, they need somebody who can snap their fingers and fix it as a daily duty, because they do it on a daily basis. Not somebody who doesn't have the knowledge and then needs to do a lot of research and maybe needs to do then some training and so on. They need people that are very, let's say, skilled. So that's kind of the difference. How do I join? Well, I would say so far I've been doing one-to-one meetings and doing some tests with people to see if they can collaborate with me. However, that's when I thought there were only 20 to 30 people to talk with. But now I've caught up with you, there are close to 300. So the way I would do it is I would create tonight, I create an entire journey, probably of, I don't know, 30 to 40 minutes, where I'll talk about how to figure out if this is the right thing for you, because you need to figure out your why motivation. There is a lot of work to done in order to gain a lot of experience, and we can do it very quickly for you, but there is a lot of experience to gain, and you need to kind of figure out what's your why motive. Why do you want to do it? Because every single morning you need to wake up with that type of motivation. I joined this because I want to get to that point. I have a pain that I do not want anymore, or I have some dreams that never happen, and I want those dreams to happen. Once you figure out your why motivation, then I can work with that so you can achieve great things. Because otherwise, you're going to become a spectator, a watcher that watch others have success while you are among them, but it doesn't happen for you because you do not put enough energy and enough effort into it. I do not want people to join this because they can get the lowest. People get hired from their first job at 30, at 35, 40, 45, 47, 50. Some other ones have gotten hired. Very few exceptions of people who got their first job over 50,000. However, I do not want people to think, okay, you're gonna come in and get 30,000. I do not want you to stay there. That's your start job. I want you to continue working. I want you to improve yourself. I want you to deliver in that company. I want you to go to the same company at some point, 3 months later, 6 months later, 9 months later. I want you to go to the same company and ask for more responsibility. Because now you're better, because now you can do more, because now you might be able to lead a team of 1 or 2 or 3. Maybe you can take a bigger project on your hands. And once you do that, a promotion might also be accompanied by the same action. So I want you to evolve in the same company. And if you cannot evolve in the same company, I want you to continue evolving with us. So at some point, another company is interesting because you present so much value, it's interesting, and they make an offer. So then it's either a step up from the old company or a new journey for you. This is what we do over here. We make you as good as possible, and we just let the market headhunt you. If you're in the top 10% of the best juniors, if you're on top 10% of the best mid, if you're in top 10% of the best seniors out there, if you're a very exemplary, inspirational, let's say principal or team lead or solution architect, then you're going to get the best. So this is our aim. How we can get you from zero experience to so juicy that you're no longer a nice to have when you go to an interview, you're a need to have. Once you go into the interview and you talk to them and you present the value that you're going to have to present, to give to them, the impact that you can have on their project, they're going to think about make you an offer as soon as possible while you're going through the interview. I've went to interviews and I got offers like 2 minutes after the interview finished, like 5 minutes, 7 minutes. I got so many of them like within the next 1 to 2, 3 hours, because I made like some statistics and journeys. Like I had like three of them at 9 minutes. I had some of them at 28 minutes and so on. I got in offers exactly during the interview. While I was interviewing, I got offered during the interview. I got offers before the interview. I got offers without interview. I got offers with tests. I refused offers. I've been refused so many times. I've been refused so many times, more times than all the offers that I had. So I've been through many, and I kind of know all of them, and I kind of know how it works, because I kind of figured it out after so many. I figured out a pattern. I figured out what's needed and how to meet company needs. So this is not about HTML. This is not about CSS, because you can get this from Udemy. You can get this from articles on the web. You can get this from Google. How do you build projects so efficiently and so good that companies are going to headhunt you, and so you can get all those juicy jobs that pay a lot, because you're going to do a lot of responsibilities. Now, let's see, somebody joined. Maybe I'm not alone in this. Hello, who joined? Discord. Nobody joined. I think it was just me. Okay, let's see. Nix or Dusty? Anyone alive? Cool. If there are questions, I'm gonna continue answering them, but maybe we start the project, right? How can you get in touch to discuss more? Hi around wowdop.com, or through the YouTube chat, or through the TikTok chat. Hello, Edward, and let me get back to the project. We wanted to create a new one, and to create a new project, you either go on your personal profile on GitHub or on your organization if you have one. Personal profile would be fine. Go and click on new repository, and what else? What were the votes? Let's recount. I vote YouTube. Creative Markings have a clone of it. Okay, that's okay. F9gag probably. It's like TikTok. So let's quickly do. We can do all of them anyway. We can do all of them. Let's quickly do probably 9gag. Okay. 9gag semi-clone. Okay. No, not private. If you do a mistake and you make a project private, like I just did, go all the way to the settings over here at the top. And in order to make it public, go to change visibility, make public. Then this one is going to complain that you need to type this. I'm not going to type it. I'm going to select it, copy, paste, and then understand. Double click, put the password in, confirm, and then we got the project from private to public. And now, because it's public, it can be accessed by anyone. So if you go on wowdop.com, 9gag semi-clone, you can find the project. So far, it doesn't have any file into it. So let's figure out a way to add a different project and start it very, very quickly. So I'll go back to my terminal, and inside the terminal that doesn't show because it's lazy. Mr. Terminal, come on, show on the screen. Yeah, we got the terminal. I'll go cd fun, hey, fun, cd fun, and then let's go wowdop and clear git clone git at github.com /mariansburlea/pag starter. It's a project I've built, and then give it a different name. The name is 9gag semi-clone, and then after we create this project, we want to run another command to change into the last argument, and then we want to run another command to open code, and then we want to run another command to do yarn start, and then another one to, just yarn, and then yarn start. So this would be a long command that if everything works as expected, we should get a project cloned from pack starter to 9 gag semi-clone, change into it, and then Visual Studio Code should open, then yarn should run install all the dependencies, and then yarn start, the last one, should run the project itself. Hopefully it works. Let's pray to the God of the internet. Mr. God of the internet, create me a project, open it and run it so I can see it in the browser. Come on, Mr. What are you here? Yay, and I got a project running inside the browser on localhost quite quickly with a phone call icon. Cool. Now let's get back to our project. And inside here we have SRC, and in assets we have an image. This is an old image of me going to FreeCodeCamp and helping people at FreeCodeCamp. We got many stories from FreeCodeCamp to share with you, especially from people that started as web developers going to boot camps like this and struggling for months and years until they got their first good job. However, one that wouldn't be considered in any way a top job. So I got many stories of me figuring out what works and what doesn't work for a developer in their journey of starting from 0 to hired. So I'll delete this image because I no longer need it. Then I'll go into component. I have this intro. I no longer need the intro. Since I no longer need the intro, I'll go into the index pug and no longer import it because otherwise it's going to complain. The same for the intro in the style. So now let's see what we are left with. We got just an index PUG that doesn't do much. And let's remove this, where's the intro inside the component. We've already removed it. So let's create a new folder and do this one as a test. And inside this test, let's create a new file, test.pug. And here let's create an h1 tag. This is a test. And then let's create a paragraph. I usually use paragraphs when I want to write a more descriptive text related to the subject that I present. Yay! Option Z. So this is what I wrote so far, an h1 tag with some content and a paragraph tag with some content inside the test.pg file, inside the test folder that sits inside component that sits inside SRC. So I'm going to go back to this index.pg, and instead of including intro, I want to include the component and then test and then test. So instead of intro, I just have to replace with test. And now I'm including that file over here. We should see this is a test. I usually use these paragraphs when I want to write one more descriptive relative text, whatever. Now, we also see this image being here present. So let me go to the layout. We have a base here that is a starter file. And this one points to some style. And this style CSS comes from this style SCSS. And this style SCSS used to import the intro. We no longer import intro right now, and we import layout general from inside the component. So if you look inside the component in the layout and in general, we can see that we have some styling here. We have an HTML and a body selector that says height 100%, margin 0, padding 0. And then we have a body, and this body has a background image. So if we are to comment this line over here, we can see now that the background image has disappeared. And if we also are to comment this background size, because if we no longer have a background, we no longer need that image as well. So all you are left is with this kind of text. So I'm going to also remove this display flex and everything else and just leave the body empty like that. And this content, I'm going to probably not remove it, but at least remove the styling from it. So we got kind of a just very basic selector. And this is a very basic page. If we are to inspect it, there's not much happening into it right now because we have an HTML, a head, the body, and then we got some scripts here. Don't worry about the script, just ignore those scripts. Those scripts help us have a connection between our editor and the browser. So every time we save something, it auto refreshes in over here. So we don't have to go and click this refresh button ourselves. As soon as you save, the page refreshes automatically. This is the script I inserted for that to happen. Then we got our content, and inside our content we got an H1. This is a test and a paragraph. I usually use paragraphs when I want to write more descriptive text related to the topic that I present. Then we got over here link style CSS. If we are to go back to our, not this project, yay, close this one. If we are to go back to style CSS to base PUG, we can see that at the end we have this code here, script bundle.js, and you all that I just commented because we are not going to do any JavaScript at the moment. And we got this link over here that says relation style sheet and this href that generates, let's say, this style SD CSS. Now that's not the correct path I'm going to undo, but I just showed you that from this file, this link generates this link tag. So then I also got this one from Scribe. Scribe is an extension, so you could ignore this Scribe thing because we are not going to use it. So this is all we've got. If I am to remove those scripts as well, this is exactly the type of content that gets output from what we are writing. This is our final content, kind of. The other were some helper script tags used by some extensions I have inside the browser. So this is exactly what we wrote so far. If we are to look inside the head, we can see welcome to Pack Starter and a meta content with a name description and the value of the content. And then we also got a style. Inside this style, there are some things happening. We are going to talk about them. And then this is wrong anyway. Not sure why this is here. I'm going to figure it out later on. We got body, div class content, and h1mp, and then this link. So how does this happen? We got this index PUG that says, grab me the contents of test. So test PUG has h1mp. h1mp, which is the h1, this is the p. Now I'm saying in this index file, extend this file with component layout base. And we can see that there is a block awesome content here. We will see another repetition of block awesome content inside the base PUG. And just a second. In this base PUG, you can see another one right here, block awesome content. This is how we link those two files. So basically whatever follows after this block, so this type of content, if it will be more of it, I'm saying this type of content, which like I would be copying from here and paste it instead of this, like this. It would have exactly the same effect as long as the paths are right. So that's how we link those two files, block awesome content with block awesome content. This is just the name I came up with, awesome content, can change it. And this is how we create a smarter, I would say, way of creating websites. Now, let's do more than this, because we talked a lot about how we can do it. Let's see it in action, right? We got SPUG, and then we want to clone a bit 9gag, right? 9gag. So let's see what we have to clone. I'm gonna refresh this a bit just to see if I can clear some of those ads. I see a menu over here, and that's, I don't know how this menu works. Doesn't make sense. Why would you hide it from here? Anyway, so I got some kind of panel over here, I would say. Let me draw it with this. So this kind of panel. Okay, I thought I was hearing something. So I got this kind of panel here. Then I got some, probably some links. I'm not sure if you can scroll. Then some tags over here. Is this an ad? I hope it's not an ad. I'm meant to figure out how 9gag works. But we also got this kind of top fresh trending hot. Then there's a country. Not sure if you can change your country here, but we could display the country. Then some popular types, I would say, that you could probably add to your favorite. There are a lot of them. You can scroll down until it no longer scrolls. So this thing just goes down until it just reaches the last one. Then let's see what's on the right side. If I want to scroll, those ads do not scroll, so they are present all the time. I'm not going to put the ads in if we are to replicate this website. However, let's consider that I might put a placeholder for the ads. So like ads come here, right? If we are to fully replicate this, the same will go for this one. Now, as I've mentioned, you can scroll a bit. This is weird. I'm not going to replicate this bug. This is something somebody could have fixed. So I'm going to replicate the menu without this weird bug. And then we got those tags. And as we scroll down, as I can see that some things repeat. Let me figure it out. There's a horizontal line, which means kind of this is the starter of a video or whatever it looks like. There's probably a user, the username, the amount of hours since it has been probably posted. What's this? Like an icon, you could add it to favorites or somehow save it, and then there is some download media, repost or whatever. So there's like a drop down over there. Then there is a title. Probably if you click on it, you go directly on that movie. Although the movie is in front of me, I'm not sure if the movie can be bigger. Probably you get you get more posts from the same one or similar. I'm not sure what that does, but let's just go back to the first one. So it has a title. It might have a video that plays here with some. Probably the video has some controls like mute, play, and so on. Then a few tags, likes, votes up, votes down, not likes, were likes and dislikes. Then number of comments, and a few buttons to share, and I think then it just repeats unless it's of type promoted. This would be, it looks like it's not of type promoted. It looks like it's one that is promoted, and not sure why it doesn't show anything. Maybe because it is promoted, or it is new, or it has been disabled somehow. Not sure, but it's another way of showing a video. Then I see that from time to time they repeat ads as you scroll through. Then like some kind of panel to log in and create a new account. So it reminds you of creating a new account if you don't have one. Then more ads from time to time, more videos, and again ads. So like every 3-4 videos there is an ad. And I believe this is kind of it, unless I'm missing stuff from the first page, because we can definitely deal with other pages, but this is what I see so far. Let me scroll. It's like an infinite scroll, right? It never reaches the bottom, hopefully. Let's do it in a different way. Let's do it quicker. Maybe it does reach a bottom and allows you to scroll. So I'm going to keep command and arrow down to see if this really goes like all the way down. And if it's badly built or not, because it might be badly built. If this page becomes it couldn't become, because my computer is very strong, so maybe we could run a profile later, but let's not go into advanced stuff, because I think I can see that it keeps loading stuff right now, but I do not know if it keeps loading without optimizing the resources and that this page is using, somehow doing some garbage collection or whatever, unloading stuff that's not needed. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure how it works. So far I see it's an infinite. I'm gonna stop because I don't think it's gonna go any other way. I've done it on YouTube at some point, and not on a specific page of YouTube, and at some point the scroll finished. And I was like, okay, so there is a limit. I was trying to see if there is a limit here, but it doesn't look like. So the plan is to start with this. I'm gonna click on white space, command up arrow, it goes all the way up. And now we could start with the menu at the top, with the top section. We could start with the left side, with the center one. We could start with anything practically. However, if we start with the one at the top, it kind of paints a similar picture. So let's see how we can do this, right? Let's replicate somehow 9gag. Unless there is a different vote. Let's see. Bam bam. Scouse. I am sure that's a scouse, and I do not know what scouse mean. Translate because I'm Romanian. Switch. Pulled out. Okay. Nine gag. Keep it here. Okay. This is the test, and this needs to start looking like this. We got shuffle, get up, meme land, and potatoes. Okay, let's start with that. Some icons, some weird icons. I'm not sure how to get those icons. I'll figure it out anyway. So let's start with something. Into the data, I'm going to go into this site. Not really. Let's create a new one. Top menu dot either JSON or YML. Doesn't really matter which one. And now if we are to create a collection here, and this collection would have an object, and this object would have a label, probably an icon, and a link where it points to. Okay, so a link, a label, an icon, and the type of a state, because those ones have two green things. I'm not sure what those green things make. So let's do label. Label, and the label would be hey. Then let's do something else. Link, and this would be what it points to. A what else? An icon. I'm not sure about the icon. What I'll do, I'll just do an icon. I know I need it. I need it. And then a type of a status, like probably active would have that green thing. It looks like maybe it's like an online thing, or I'm not sure. That's how my head thinks about it. So status would be maybe like default and green, or active and inactive would be those ones, or normal and active. Let's do a status of normal and active. Okay. Double colons. Okay, so semicolons, not double colons. So inactive, active, normal, or active. So far we might have the structure for a link. We need 4 of them. So that means let's add a comma here and do 4 of them. And now let's actually type those links in. Cool. So what do we do now? We make this a bit smaller so I can see them. One is called shuffle. One is called get up. One is called meme land. And one is called potatoes. What did I jump on? Potatoes. Yeah. And now since I jumped on, let's switch those two. I'm gonna select this one and move it down. Then save it. And once I save it, I'm gonna remove the last semicolon because JSON doesn't really like that. Now let's go for the link. Where does shuffle go to? It's 9gag/shuffle. Okay, so they're kind of different. Yeah, totally different. Maybe those are like different. Those look like external websites. Okay, so those are not like status normal. This is external or internal. Maybe type instead of status. Type. Internal, and the last ones, the 2 ones are external. Okay, so we got 2 internal and 2 external. Get up and shuffle are internal, and meme land and potatoes are external. Now let's get the values for the links. I'm going to inspect this. And for shuffle, I'm going to go and right click here, edit as HTML. I can easily now copy this link. I could also have selected it if I would be really careful over here. Almost. Yeah, something like this. Almost. It's not easy to select it directly from here. You could maybe double click and then select it like this. And then copy. This would be the first one. And that would be the link. And then the icon the icon is something different. Because I do not see where the icon comes from yet. But I can find out. I see the icon now. It's actually, I can actually copy it. And it's actually inside the content. That's for GitHub. So shuffle is this one. I can copy this icon and put it inside, well, inside here. So now I have the icon. Then I have the icon for this one as well. That's the link, that's the icon. And now let's also get the link. And put the links inside here. And then this is internal as well because it's still in 9gag. It's in the about 9gag. And then Memeland has probably a different link. Let's figure this one out. Wow, that's a different, it looks like two flags or what? Not sure. What's this, like a lot of things happening. Okay, so this would be the icon. And then this would be the value of the href. So the link. And we don't need a slash. That's not needed. Okay. Then inside this one, let's see, we got the anchor tag and we got potatoes. Okay, grab that potato and put it inside the icon. Then grab the link and then put the link in here. And now we got a collection. It's an array with objects that all of them have label, link, icon, and type, and they differ in type of values. So some of the values, like labels, the values are kind of unique. Also, the links are unique, the icons are unique. However, the types, 2 of them are external and 2 of them are internal. So this is what we got so far. And everything is present inside this top menu. So let's go inside the component and create a new folder, top menu, copy that text, and then new file, top menu.pug, and then new file, top menu.scss. Now, because I have top menu pug and top menu css, we can definitely do a class here, top menu, and do a border of 10 pixels solid red. And then go inside top menu pug and do a class of top menu. And since we got this, now let's go back and link back. There's no back, let's just go and link those one. So if I'm commenting out intro which no longer exists, I'm gonna replace intro by top menu, top menu. So top menu. Now I'm loading the CSS, I'm not loading top menu pug. So in order to load top menu pug, if I want it to be in every page, then I need to load it inside the layout, because everything that is inside the layout will repeat. So under this content, I'll do include and then probably component top menu / top menu. Why did I say component? Because I'm in layout, there's no component. So I just come out of layout and just go into top menu pug. So this is wrong. In order to come out into layout, I just type ... That's it. Now this should somehow work. Let's see if we got it. We got that red thing, which means it does work. This would be our top menu so far, which does nothing. It's just a big line of red, which is made out of borders. So if you look at the border here, and we are to change the 10 pixels one, so you can see the border. And if you are to add a padding of 1 rem, you can see some content, and also the border looks now easier to understand. So we can increase the border size or decrease it to 0. See, this is what happens when you play with border. I just put it over as it's a visual indicator that whatever I've done, it works so far in terms of the files that I've created. They come together nicely, and there are no errors that I can see so far. So everything is working as expected. Now, I've included this top menu inside inside this base PUG under content. So basically, when we look inside content, we should see inside the div that has a class content, we should see the content that top menu has, and also this one. Actually, the top menu, I'm not sure if needed, but the top menu, we might put it outside. We'll figure it out later. So far, it does this. Now, we've created a data, and this data is present into top menu JSON. So how about we make use of this data and we start generating those links inside the top menu? To do this, firstly, I'm going to take care of the structure. So whatever I'm going to be writing now is going to generate HTML. So let's see what happens. The top menu needs to have at least those, well, there used to be 4 links. I'm not sure now where one disappeared. Potatoes is here. So it needs those 4 links one after the other. Let's figure out a way to do it. So inside the top menu, I'm going to actually replace this by instead of being a div tag, I'm going to type nav. And inside this one, I'm going to do an anchor tag. And I'm going to put round parentheses, and inside them, I'm going to type link equals this is it, and title equals I am a better description. Okay, so if we save this and we go back to our index, we should see something, probably nav and a link, and this link has no content in it. So what happens when usually when tags have no content in it, they have a width of 0 and a height of 0. So now let's add some content to this link. To add content in PUG, after you've added attributes to an anchor tag, you can add a space. As soon as you add a space after the tag finished, it indicates to PUG that we want to add some content. So link would be enough. So now we got a link here that points to this is it. Well, we don't need this link tag actually. This is not link, this is href. That points to this is it. Now this is it doesn't really exist, so you cannot get to it. However, what does exist is something else, and let's figure out a way to let's say make more links. A quick way would be to just duplicate this 4 times. Well, actually it's 5, so 4 times. And now I got 4 links, and if you are to change this to 1, this to 2, this to 3, and this to 4, we will get link 1, link 2, link 3, and link 4, right? However, this looks like we repeat ourselves, and a good principle is dry, which means don't repeat yourself. So that's what dry means. Dry. Don't repeat yourself. Okay, so if we don't want to repeat ourselves, let's figure out a way to make 4 of those ones. So what I want to do now, I just want to leave 1, and then I'm going to do here a loop. I'm going to do each, and then I'm going to type a name of variable, a random name of my choice. Okay, and I'm going to type the word in, and then I'm going to look for a connection, and this would be data of, and now in command B, data of top menu. So let's see if it works. Of top menu. So for each of the elements found in data top menu, I want to grab the value of those ones and assign that value to a random name of my choice. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to type a pre-tag here, and I'm going to give the value of this pre-tag to be a random name of choice, and let's see what happens. So now I got object, 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 object. Well, at least we got object, object, object 4 times, and that's because inside our top menu, we got the value of an array, and if we do an each on this array, it will give us the first object, and the first object will go into this random name of my choice, and then we are going to print it out. Then for the second iteration, it goes and grabs this object. Now a random name of my choice is no longer the first value, it's the second value, and we are printing it out. However, objects are not nicely playing with PUG here, so let's try to print a property of an object, one of the properties inside this object. So if we go back over here, we can see that each object has always 4 properties, so we can try any of those ones. We can try label, link, icon, type, it doesn't really matter. So let's try type to see what happens. In order to access the property of an object, we can add a dot and then just put type, because that's the name of that property. The property name is type, so let's type a random name of my choice.type. Now let's go back to the browser and see what we got. We got internal, internal, external, external. So that's something. I think it's something good. Let's transform this into a paragraph. So I got paragraphs, and let's duplicate this paragraph. And instead of type, let's do another one: icon, link, and label. Okay. So let's go icon. So now let's see what happened. Let's close this for a moment, or actually not close it, move it to the bottom, and resize this so we can easier move from one place to another. Yeah, so now this looks better. So we got internal and an icon, internal and an icon, external and an icon, external and an icon. Let's do another one. Instead of icon, let's do link. So now I got this link being printed. It's not clickable, but it's present. It shows you the exact link. If you copy this and paste it in the browser, it will take you to that 9-gag shuffle. Okay. Now what else do we have? We also have label. So let's do another paragraph with label. And at the end of all of those, an horizontal rule, so it's easier to see. So this is how we've printed our collection in the browser. We got basically a link. This is the one at the top here. And then after this link, let's do an HR and another one. So after this link, you can see 2 horizontal lines and then a repetition of internal icon link and then label. Internal icon link label. External icon link label, and so on. So this is what shows. However, maybe we want to make them links, not necessarily paragraphs. So maybe we can combine all those ones in just one tag. And if we are to not necessarily remove, maybe comment them out so we can still have a visual representation of them. Okay. So we transform this in an anchor tag, and now we can only see anchor tags, and instead of printing the type, we print the label. Now this anchor tag actually has some attributes as well. So there's an equal there. So the attributes, let's see if it still works. And the attributes would be href, and the value would be a random name of my choice link. And then it also has a title. And it would be, do we have a title here as well? We do not have a title. Maybe we do not have titles as well, but we should add a title. Maybe change me for the moment. Later on, we might do something more. So far we got shuffle, get up as links, memeland, and potatoes. Now for each and every one of them, we should also somehow combine those ones. So maybe I can wrap this into backticks or not. What? Backtick, dollar, and then curly brace. Yeah, curly brace, backtick. Okay. So let's duplicate this another space between them. Now we can see shuffle, shuffle, get up, memeland, potatoes. However, if I change the first one to icon, we can see icon, shuffle, icon, get up, icon, memeland, icon, potatoes. If we click on potatoes, it gets us to potatoes. If we click on memeland, it gets us to memeland. If you click on get up, it gets us to, well, the get up of 9gag. And if you click on shuffle, it gets us to, well, to 9gag shuffle. Now, we could remove those ones because we no longer need them. We use the link, the icon, and the label. However, this link over here could be styled probably better to look more like the one in 9gag. So let's see how this one looks like. We got get up, and if we look into it, we can see that it has color black. It has a line height of 48 pixels, so that's about 3 rem. Font size of 14, usually it's 16, so it's lower. And then a padding of 0 and 8 pixels, which means this padding, it's only present, so I can see the links. It's just a broken layout. Okay, so we just broke somewhere down here somehow. Okay, and box sizing and table text line center, they're just centered, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to use the same technique. Okay, so I could start styling those a bit better, I would say. And then there is something though to inspect again. Those green things, where do they come from? Where does the green thing come from? There's an after, and that's the green thing. See? So I can see that this after is 8 by 8 wide. So that's half rem. And then it's just positioned somehow on top of the text. That's okay. And it has a background color of this specific color. And since it's 8 by 8, it's made a circle using the border radius of 4 pixels. I'm going to use a similar approach, but not this approach, definitely. Okay. How about now? Hey, is it better? Let's see. Okay, so sometimes it changes focus. Cool. So, as I was saying, in order to generate those links here, we got them working to a certain degree. They can be clickable, but they don't look necessarily how I wanted. And I also have that red thing over there. Maybe I can get rid of it. So let's get back to the top menu and just comment this out. And we can get rid of that. And now we can see the links better. And inside the links, we got an anchor tag. And I'm going to add a class to this anchor tag. The class would be similar to this nav. Marianne, do you know that I'm live? Okay, cool. And this would be underscore link. So I'm going to add a class of top menu underscore link. What are you looking for, Maya? Okay. And inside here, I'm going to use ampersand because I'm using sus, and then just, it's just underscore link. Link. And then curly braces. And if I look at this one right now, can see that it actually selects top menu __ link, the same one, because I have top menu at the top. This ampersand helps me write _ top menu. So it generates the entire thing. So for this link, I think it had probably a padding of 0 and 0.5 rem. Okay, so now we can see that they're a bit more separated. Definitely I didn't see a text decoration underline, so text decoration none. Now those links look a bit better. They are also colored black, so color black. Now we got then colored black, I would say. The font size was 14 pixels, so FZ. Wait a second. Yeah, like that. I do not know how to make this bigger or wider. Maybe if I push this, yeah, it's better now. Okay. Yeah. So FZ14, press tab, font size 14. And they are a bit smaller now. What else was Nigak having? I think the green thing of there, and also the icons look a bit smaller. Is this zoomed in, zoomed out? No, this is normal. Okay, so I was zoomed out. Okay, so this is similar. They have a different font, I think. Maybe they're also bolded and I didn't pay attention to bold. Okay. Display block, that's cool. Line height 48. I forgot about that. So line height 3 rem. And it's bold, yeah. Font weight bold. Font weight bold. 700. It's the same as bold. So if you say font weight 700 or bold, it's the same. And I've already done the padding. I do not care about this type of center. Box sizing border box. I already might have resetted it from general. No, I didn't. So let's reset box sizing border box for everything. Or let's set box sizing border box. Okay. Yay. It looks almost like that one. Let's do the top ones for the external links. And I think for external links, I'm going to actually do something else. I'm going to actually make them in a different way. So let's go to PUG, not this type of PUG, the top menu PUG. My children are very noisy, but I'll remind them later on what I reminded them a bit earlier that we are in a live. So hopefully you don't hear them screaming too much. And once I'm finished with this menu, I'm going to read the chat to see if there are any questions, by the way. So let's see now. Top menu. I wanted to make this external. So we knew that if we do target from the previous project and blank, it's going to generate an anchor tag with the target blank. And now if we go back here and we click on shuffle, it opens a new one. If we click on get up, it opens a new one. On Memeland, it opens a new one. And on potatoes, okay, that's cool. But we only wanted to open new ones for Memeland and potatoes, not for shuffle and get up. So see, now we got this scenario where a page wants to keep shuffle and get up, well, in the same one and open new ones. So this one opens a new one, but get up, well, get up also. Shuffle is on the same page. Shuffle is on the same page. Get up is on a new one. So all three other ones are on a new one, but shuffle. So I need to go back to my data because somehow I misrepresented it. And external is for second, third, and fourth, and internal for the first one. So now let's make use of that type. Now target would be blank if the type is external, otherwise it shouldn't be. So how do I add an attribute? Well, I think if I wanted to add blank but nothing, I could just add a target with empty for the first one. Like target nothing should be working just fine. As long as you don't give it a value, it shouldn't change in an unexpected way. At least I expect it to do that. If not, we'll figure it out. However, we got this target here, and it must be either an empty string or a blank. For the first iteration, it needs to be blank. For every other iteration, it needs to be, for the first iteration, it needs to be like this, and for the second, third, and fourth, it needs to be like this. So I also can get here a key, and key in this loop would be first time 0, second time 1, third time 2, fourth time 3. So it's 0, 1, 2, 3 because we only have 4 elements. So I could say here in the target, I would say if key, then blank, otherwise nothing. Let's see if it works. So if I click on shuffle, it should load a different page but in the same tab. Yeah, it loaded a different page in the same tab. I'm gonna click back. If I click on get up, it opens a new one. Midland, it opens a new one. And potatoes, it opens a new one. So from the top menu of 9 gags, so far we've only got this, which doesn't have a green thing. So the last ones should have a green thing. Now because the last ones have a green thing and not the first ones, but the last 3 ones, or not the first one, are external, I might need to introduce a new attribute because my data no longer represents all the possibilities that I can go through. So maybe instead of type, not instead of type, just as type, I'm going to select all of them at the same time. And I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to go at the end, I'm going to add a comma. I'm going to go at the start. I'm going to change the second type to status. And I'm going to go and... I think they're playing, but there's a lot of screaming. I thought something happened. Okay, so anyway, I got all those ones, so let's do status normal. And then for the last 2 ones, let's do status green. Yay! So if it has a different status, let's see. We got top menu underscore underscore link as a class. And then we could add something more. Maybe we can add more classes. Let's say class equals, and we could do something similar. However, we don't need key, we need a random name of choice, and this should have a property named status dot status. And this, if this is equal to green, then we want to have green, otherwise nothing. So now let's see. If we are to select, I'm going to have to talk to my kids because somehow they became enchanted by probably monsters or something is growing in their belly and makes them roar. So anyway, let's see. I got class top menu link, class top menu link, class top menu link space green, and class top menu link space green. So I could somehow select those type of top menu link green, right? And add that at the end of them, the green thing. So if we are to go over here in this type of top menu, this would be one of the techniques, not necessarily the only one. However, I would add an ampersand here in green and then do maybe another ampersand and then before or after, let's do an after because it's at the end anyway. It doesn't even matter in this scenario. Content of nothing, because we want it to be present. We need at least an empty content, otherwise we cannot style anything. And then let's do a border of 1 pixel, solid blue, and then let's do a width of 40 pixels and a height so you can see it. Then we're gonna make it smaller. So if we are to refresh now, nothing happened. Because what? Why nothing happened? Got top menu link, but we do not have the green one. Let's see how our CSS is generated, because in inside TMP we have style CSS that gets generated from our source file. So we got top menu link. Okay, so we got a space here. This means I did a mistake. Hey, stop. Because I had a space there. This space says figure out this element and inside it see if there is a green element that has an after. So I want this green to be part of this top menu. I want both of those ones to be the same class or inside the same class attribute, not this inside the element with a class attribute and this is inside a different child of this one with the class green. So that was a mistake of mine. I need to remove this space. Okay, so now if we are to remove the space, and green is not an attribute, it's a class, and we can do it like that. Now let's look into style. Let's close it, don't save. And if you look back into style, we can see top menu dot green without space. So now it's correctly, and we should see it here. See that blue. Not sure now why width and height is 40 pixels and that isn't like that. Maybe it's underneath it. Anyway, so back to link. Link is holding the after. So link is the parent of after, which means we can do a position relative here and a position of absolute here. That gives us a different type of control over this anchor tag, not that one, not the second one, the third one. Come on, let me select the third anchor tag. Yeah. So if we are to look inside the elements of this anchor tag, we can also see this after. Okay. And we want to control that after somehow, this one. See, it has a border of 1 pixel solid blue, and we can make it bigger. That's the after, right? It has a width of 40 pixels, which doesn't really work right now, not sure why. Now it does work. See, that's the width of the before and the after. That's how thick it is, the before and the after. We don't need it as big as this one. I'm just saying, like, we can play. See? So let's play. Position absolute. We needed 8 pixel by 8 pixels. So either you type 8 pixels or you do 0.5 rem. That's this over here. You can see this tiny square. I'm gonna zoom in so you can see better the square. At some point I'm not gonna use that border. However, until I use that border, at some point they did border radius of 4 pixels. Because we have 8 pixels for 4 is gonna be a perfect circle. Not sure why it's not. Really? Okay, it doesn't look like a perfect circle. Okay, I'm gonna do something else anyway, because that was not my intention. I'm gonna do 50%. Okay, and now it looks like a perfect circle, right? However, we don't need a circle, we need a disk. So not the border, we need to fill it. So let's do BGC and type a different color. For example, red. And now, I'm not sure why it doesn't refresh automatically. Come on. Where's that running? That's weird. Who's running this? Yeah, anyway. So we can remove the border now. It doesn't refresh it, I don't like that. Okay, it's from here. Hey, stop. Okay. And if I go back over here and do red, Somehow it's broken or what? Why doesn't auto refresh? It's quite weird. It's not seeing the change. I'll look into it. I don't see why it doesn't see the change. Is there an error or not? I don't really see it. So we got this, and it looks not blue. Look at that, come on. We do not need this. We need background color and just red, for example, but it should be green and a specific green. This is just ugly. And display block, horizontal block, and then border radius. Am I writing directly in the CSS? What? That's my mistake. Do not write inside the CSS. Do not write inside the CSS. Don't save. It's here that you need to write. VGC green. We'll change that green. Remove this. This is 5 REM. That's why it was not refreshing, because I'm writing inside the CSS, not the SAS file. See? It's not 5 REM, it's 0.5. And a display dib, display 9 block. We can see the green ones over there. It doesn't have a border radius of 50%. Now it's a circle, and it has auto refresh. See, I'm no longer going here and clicking refresh, because I'm writing in the SAS file. That's my mistake to write in a different place. So as I was saying, this link has position relative. This one can have position absolute. And now, see, we got those dots controllable. We can do top 0. And now we can play with them inside the browser, figure out a position where we want them, and that will be it. So inside the browser, if I go for this after, and now I can play with, well, I don't have a left or a right. So let me give it a right or 0 as well. Right, 0. And it's right 0. Okay. So now I got top 0. If I want to put it upper, I just play with this one. Then right. And if I want to get it closer, I can play with how close it is. Maybe if I want to get it more inside, I can get it more inside. How about it more like that, like at the end of it? So it looks like right is just good on 0. However, the top should be like -3 or -5, something like this, -4. Okay, let's try top -4. -4 pixels. So I'm kind of doing it by the eye. I'm not entirely looking at exactly where this one is, because somehow it's broken, so and doesn't break. It's exactly on top of D. So that's Mimland. That's not how it's supposed to be. If you want to put a disk on top of it, move it so it doesn't cut the D. See, so you can read that D. So far it's on top of the D. It's hard to read. So that's why I chose it to be more like this. Cool. That's on 9 gig. If I refresh it, it will still be on top of D. So we've got this kind of menu similar to the other one. However, since we are here, let's grab the green value. This one. Instead of my green, I'll use this green. Save it, and now this has the same type of green. I think the colors are right and everything else looks like almost right. However, I do not know about the font. Is it inheriting from somewhere? It also uses some, what? Main margin, okay. Font, Apple system, backlink. Okay, this is the font, Apple system, building, Mac system font, Segue. Whatever this value is, I'm gonna grab it and go and do it globally, so I don't have to worry about it. Maybe later on I'm gonna do something separate, because this might look like a different font. However, I'm just gonna do it globally for the moment and figure out the rest later. Okay, so now it looks more like the other one. I hope you liked how we recreated this small part step by step using PUG and writing HTML more or less like this, and having PUG look into a very basic data structure, and then having to write and generate the entire HTML and the entire CSS for us. And we see how it looks like. There will be a quick break for the questions to see if anybody has any more questions. And otherwise, we'll continue. So, quick break, 5 to 10 minutes. I'm gonna walk a bit, see what you have asked, and come back to this. I'll start with YouTube first. Wow, there's bad idea. It's deeper than a black hole. Godfather, not my godfather. Sorry, of TikTok. English from Liverpool. I was referring to the joke of the guy running in the field. Scouse is trick name, slang. I'm Mr. Spiceman, by the way. Used to work as a bartender in Scotland. Ooh. So Aline Sivu Holf. You might go on wowdob.com. And Carl used to be a bartender. See, just like you said. And also, not just Carl, just a second. Who else used to be a bartender? Marco, bartender / waiters, I think, something like this. And there is another one, Jule. He used to be either a waiter or bartender as well, but Jule is not on the website over here. So, yeah, power to the bartenders / waiters. And yeah, Scotland, it's quite cold, but it's still England, I would say. Now, let's see if there are comments on this one. Real TV, sent Rose, will issue follow the host, sent Panda, sent an ice cream, joined. Okay, guys, quick break and we continue coding and keep asking your questions over here. And we're gonna probably evolve into more than this is a test with just a menu and just a link. We're gonna have something more similar to 9gag, one of the first websites that we started to try to replicate and see where we get as far as we can with it. Quick break. Waiting for your questions. Să vedem dacă mai sunt întrebări. on YouTube. I think I do have sound on YouTube. However, at least we got the registration. Thank you, Blue John. So I'm gonna talk to Carol tonight about you anyway. Flavius Ioan Cristian. Salut, Flavius Ioan Cristian. So that's what we started to create. And at some point we'll have a similar website looking like NiGag. Probably move to a next page of it, or probably moving to a next project. We'll see. Thank you for reminding me I don't have sound on YouTube. Now I'm gonna stop the live and say bye-bye to you. Actually, in order for you to see me. Yay. Bye-bye. I'm gonna do some more work tonight about that presentation for all of you that need to understand how we work together. And let's see if anybody wants to join with the first team that starts on the 1st of August, or with the other teams that will follow afterwards. Hopefully we'll get to create great products, we'll get to shape more smiles on the faces of our members. We've changed many lives so far, and we hope to change your life too. And we'll get better at lives. I am just getting warm up. I'm pretty sure in a few days or a few weeks, our content will be even more interesting than our attempts so far to figure out how to press all the buttons, how to send the right message, and how to connect with you. Thank you for all that have been subscribing on TikTok and on YouTube. And let's hope we make this great again, and we put more than just 30, 40 people into jobs. My target is to hopefully in the next 1 year or two put at least 100 people into jobs. So let's see who makes it on that list. See you later, whenever it will be. I'll try to be online as much as possible. Thanks. Bye bye. Whatever. Heart. See you.